This is a cave with numerous passages, and although it's hard to gauge its exact size, it definitely doesn't seem small. After examining the area with a moonstone, Han Li came to this conclusion. As the tunnel collapsed and debris fell, Han Li quickly erected a protective barrier. Although he was buried deep underground amidst the series of tremors, he managed to create some breathing space for himself. However, the terrain changed drastically during the tremors, and Han Li lost track of his location and direction. Unable to determine where he was, he released several lizard puppets around him to dig in different directions, hopping to find a way out. At this moment, he deeply regretted not learning Earth escape techniques earlier. If he had, he could have easily traversed the Earth. Now, he had to follow the tunnels dug by the puppets and advance cautiously. As for the thought of using magical treasures to clear a path, Han Li quickly dismissed it. Using magical treasures in the Earth was extremely dangerous. A single mistake could cause another collapse. So, Han Li controlled several puppet beasts to explore a certain area before selecting the most likely direction to move forward. After crawling for several hours in this monotonous manner, he finally arrived in this unknown cave, which relieved his tense heart completely. The feeling of surviving a disaster was truly great. Han Li looked back at the cave he crawled out of, knowing that there were probably others who also survived the tunnel collapse. However, whether they could find a way out of the rubble was uncertain. Because in such a tightly enclosed space, even Foundation establishment cultivators probably couldn't last long. It was even more dangerous for Qi condensation disciples. However, amidst his relief, Han Li was also puzzled. Why did the tunnel collapse and earthquake occur shortly after they entered? Could it be the work of rogue cultivators? Han Li felt that this guess was very likely. Meanwhile, on the surface, members of the demonic sect were wreaking havoc at the entrance of a spiritual mine, smashing everything inside the cave with magical treasures. In the high sky above the spiritual mine, an old man in yellow robes was lamenting to a young woman in red clothes. "Sister Lion, isn't this a bit excessive? Using a tremor-inducing talisman just for a few insignificant dogs. That's a very rare intermediate-grade talisman." "HMPH, trying to escape from me, Lion Feihua, isn't that easy. Although sweeping this spiritual stone mine is just a side task, letting them escape so smoothly still makes me uncomfortable." The woman in red snorted indifferently. The old man in yellow robes couldn't help but sigh at her reason for wasting such a valuable talisman. But who could blame her? After all, she was the only daughter of the Demon Flame sect master. As a guardian of the Heavenly Execution sect, he decided to mind his own business. With a few members of the demonic sect leaving after completely destroying the spiritual mine, they gradually disappeared from sight. A day later, the same group of people raided a large medicinal herb cultivation garden far away from the previous location. All the herbs ready for medicinal use were looted, and even the seedlings were burnt to ashes with demonic flames. This incident immediately caught the attention of the upper echelons of the 7 sects. Compared to that, the spiritual mine where Han Li was located seemed insignificant. After all, the spiritual mine could be restored with some time, but the stolen and burnt spiritual herbs would take decades to grow back. The upper echelons of the 7 sects were furious and immediately dispatched powerful experts to hunt down the culprits. However, they were ambushed on the way and suffered some losses. After suffering consecutive setbacks, the 7 sects naturally refused to swallow their anger. Feeling somewhat restored in strength, they initiated another large-scale conflict with the second wave of the 6 sects, once again starting a new round of battles. Underground, Han Li frowned as he finally identified a cave with flowing wind. He let 2 puppet beasts explore ahead while he followed. After traversing dozens of caves in a row, the space in the cave became larger and larger, with the largest ones being able to accommodate over 100 people without any problem. The wind also became stronger, which made Han Li slightly relieved, as wind indicated a passage to the surface. When Han Li just stepped into a new cave, he unexpectedly met 6 or 7 people, including Xuanle, LV Tianmeng, and even Zhang Wu. They were all slightly surprised to see Han Li and his 2 puppet beasts. But before Xuanle could say anything, a shrill scream suddenly came from another direction, startling everyone. Without hesitation, Xuanle and LV Tianmeng exchanged glances and quickly moved towards the direction of the scream, maintaining various defensive spells and wielding their magical treasures, not daring to be careless. Seeing this, Han Li hesitated for a moment. In the end, he took out the white phosphorus shield and followed them slowly. However, he didn't cast any defensive spells on himself, instead using the lightness technique and wind riding technique simultaneously. He always believed that speed was more important than defense in narrow spaces. As they crossed 3 or 4 large caves and arrived in an even larger cave, they were shocked by what they saw. In the middle of the cave, a crystal-clear white spider several zhang long was gnawing on a blurry figure, which was clearly a disciple of the concealing moon sect who had escaped being buried alive. Near the body were 3 or 4 broken magical treasures. But what caught everyone's attention even more was a hexagonal teleportation array surrounded by piles of raw spiritual stone ore. On one side of the teleportation array was a 5-colored skeleton sitting cross-legged, floating 3 feet above the ground and holding a blue token emitting a faint glow. What is this? A chi condensation stage cultivator swallowed and asked dryly, but no one answered him. Perhaps the strangeness of the spider, teleportation array, skeleton, and token left them all puzzled. No one answered the question. Maybe the sound of this person alarmed the spider, which stopped eating and looked at the newcomers with cold eyes. This made Han Li and the other cultivators tense up and be on guard. However, after looking at them for a moment, the spider lowered its head and continued to tear at the corpse, seemingly ignoring everyone. This left everyone in a state of confusion. Die. Perhaps seeing a fellow sect member die in the spider's mouth. A disciple of the concealing moon sect felt a sense of despair and suddenly threw out a fiery, dart-shaped magical treasure towards the spider. This action startled the experienced cultivators like LV Tianmeng and Xuanla, cursing the person for being reckless. With a crisp sound, the dart hit the spider's head without any sign of dodging, but it was bounced off, leaving no trace on the creature. However, the tip of the dart was slightly bent. The other cultivator's eyes almost popped out. The spider's shell was so hard that it was unbelievable. Attack together. Xuan glared fiercely at the reckless fellow disciple, but had to call for everyone to attack together. Although they had some thoughts about the teleportation array and the token, fighting such a monster head-on, even if they could kill it, would come at a tremendous cost. Returning to the surface was more important. But just as they were about to retreat, the white spider opened its mouth and sprayed a white liquid towards the group. Seeing the creature's formidable strength, none of them dared to foolishly confront the unknown liquid. They all instinctively dodged to the sides. Not good. Han Li's mind flashed, remembering something, and couldn't help but shout. Other cultivators were somewhat puzzled by his sudden warning. As a result, the liquid suddenly turned into a giant web in midair, directly blocking the entrance of the cave and sticking to it, sealing off their escape route. The other cultivators' expressions changed, and they finally realized that this cave seemed to have only one entrance. Does this thing intend to catch us all in one net? Zhang Wu's face turned a bit pale as he spoke. HMPH. Xuanlu remained silent, instead waving his hand, and 7 or 8 fireballs flew out from his hand, shooting towards the dense spider web. Boom, boom after several sounds, the spider web remained intact, not even leaving a trace of scorch marks. This time, the others didn't show surprise, obviously expecting that the spider web wouldn't be so easily broken. In an instant, several claws of the white spider bent slightly. Then, with a sudden force, its entire body rushed forward, aiming straight for Xuanla. Xuanla's expression sank, reaching out his hand to pull out a yellow talisman and pressing it to the ground. The talisman silently merged into the ground. Following that, a huge stone spike, several feet thick, shot up from the ground not far ahead, accurately piercing the spider's abdomen as it leaped into the air, pinning it tightly to the cave ceiling, preventing it from coming down for a moment. Good, Lu Tianmeng saw this and shouted with joy. Then he threw out a dark green leather bag, aimed directly at the spider on the cave ceiling, with a faint radiance emanating from it. At this moment, the spider trapped on the cave ceiling screamed a few times. Its claws clasped around the top of the stone spike. Then it exerted force. With a clatter, the top of the stone spike was easily crushed, countless stone fragments falling down. Finally regaining its freedom, the monster's body fell, landing perfectly on the damaged tip of the stone spike, its small eyes flashing with green light, seeming to be provoked. It lowered its body, and then lunged towards the group of cultivators once again. But at this moment, a radiance burst forth from the leather bag thrown by Lu Tianmeng, accurately engulfing the spider from midair, then swiftly retracting like lightning, shrinking the monster from large to small, pulling it into the bag. Han Li and the others were surprised to see the spider, which seemed so difficult to deal with, being captured so easily. It was truly unimaginable. Lu Tianmeng himself wore a pleasantly surprised expression. Although his son Moon Bag was extremely powerful and had captured many monsters, being able to easily capture this spider still took him by surprise. However, the subsequent excitement surged in his heart. If he could tame such a monster, wouldn't his strength soar? Thinking of this, Lu Tianmeng couldn't contain his excitement. He waved towards the green leather bag, and it flew over slowly under the gaze of others. The other cultivators naturally knew what capturing such a live monster meant for the people of Ling Beast Mountain, revealing expressions of envy. But just as this expression began to show, the flying bag suddenly stopped in midair, ceasing its movement. Lu Tianmeng was surprised and quickly tried to forcibly retract it with his mana. But after the bag swayed a few times, it still stopped in midair. The people around also knew that something was wrong and became cautious. The surface of the bag began to deform unevenly, as if the monster inside was causing trouble. This phenomenon lasted only for a moment before disappearing, followed by a sudden bulging of the bag. Then, with a loud bang, the bag split into pieces, and the white spider forcibly broke the artifact, reverting to its original form. The monster, freed once again, clearly fell into madness. Its crystalline white body gradually turned red, emitting a terrifying blood-red light, and its mouthful of fangs kept grinding, making a dreadful crunching sound. Seeing this, Lu Tianmeng and the others retreated a few steps with shock and anger. If it were in an open area, these cultivators wouldn't have died so easily. After all, being able to fly with artifacts could delay the time somewhat. With a bang, the spider flashed to Lu Tianmeng's side. When it tried to cut him in half after breaking his shield, it was blocked by a suddenly appearing black object. The object was round and flat, like a small shield, but upon closer inspection, its surface cracked into large pieces, revealing an immensely large tortoise shell. This claw left only a shallow mark on the object, surprising everyone. Seeing that it was ineffective, the giant spider immediately abandoned Lu Tianmeng and swiftly moved to Han Li's side, ready to bite. But Han Li's expression remained cold. After a slight blur, his body immediately disappeared in place, then reappeared in a certain location 7 or 8 zhang away. This unexpected move stunned the monster, freezing it in place. However, in this brief delay, Xuanle's yellow bell finally caught up. With a flash of yellow light, it enlarged and trapped the monster beneath it once again. Then, Han Li's dark dragon seizing was cautious as it hovered outside the bell, afraid that the monster would break free again. "You two don't need to worry. My sky-covering bell is made with refined copper. It won't be able to escape." Xuan Lu explained calmly to Han Li and Lu Tianmeng after relaxing his expression. Upon hearing this, Han Li relaxed slightly and retracted his dark dragon seizing, seeming to really trust in the bell. As for Lu Tianmeng, he walked up to the bell, looked at it for a moment, and then pondered with an uneasy expression. No, I'm still not at ease. You continue to trap the beast with this bell. Give me some time to summon a talisman treasure and completely kill this beast. After a moment of contemplation, he said with an anxious shake of his head. Upon hearing this, Xuanle frowned but said nothing, appearing indifferent to the situation. Meanwhile, Han Li glanced at the teleportation array and the token on the skeleton. After a moment of thought, he walked to an empty space on the side and sat cross-legged, seemingly leaving the matter to the other two. At this point, Lu Tianmeng took out a shining blue talisman, sandwiched it in his hand, and slowly infused it with spiritual power. Obviously, for a late Foundation establishment cultivator, using a talisman treasure was much faster. After just a short while, his hands separated, and a delicate and exquisite blue ruler flew out, hovering over Lu Tianmeng's head. Is it done? I'm going to release the monster. Seeing this, Xuanle controlled the bell while seemingly concerned. It's done. You can rest assured that you'll die peacefully. I, Lu, will accept this great shifting command. Lu Tianmeng's eyes widened suddenly, his face showing a ferocious expression. Then, with a loud shout, countless rays of light burst out from the small ruler above his head, instantly splitting into 2, then 4, then 8. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of identical small rulers appeared, each emitting a buzzing roar. Then, under Lu Tianmeng's control, most of the rulers smashed towards Xuanle densely, while a small part shot towards Han Li, who was meditating. Han Li, upon witnessing this, showed a subtle change in expression, instinctively tightening his grip on the object in his hand, and stared intently at the approaching talisman. Meanwhile, Xuanle remained calmly indifferent to the looming danger before them. Upon seeing the expressions of the two, Lu Tianmeng's smug expression froze, realizing something was amiss. He inwardly exclaimed, "This is bad," and attempted to summon the turtle shell for protection. However, a sudden explosion of earth behind him interrupted his actions, followed by a streak of blood-red light passing by his side. Instantly, LV Tianmeng's body split into 2 halves, landed on the ground. And after darting a certain distance, the red light stopped, revealing the blood spider that had escaped confinement at an unknown time. As soon as LV Tianmeng died, the hundreds of small ruler lengths, no longer supported by spiritual power, shattered into specks of green light in an instant. They then gathered together, revealing the original form of the talisman, and lightly fell to the ground, landing perfectly between Han Li, Xuan Yue, and the blood spider. Xuan Yue stared expressionlessly at Han Li, making no move. Han Li glanced at the blood spider, then at Xuan Yue, and without a word, raised his hand, summoning forth the white scale shield. At the same time, 8 white lights appeared around him, and 8 puppet beasts manifested beside him. Xuan Yue's expression finally changed slightly. He raised his hand to recall the yellow bell, saying indifferently, "I didn't expect junior brother Han to also be skilled in puppetry, but it seems your cultivation is not quite there yet. Are these few puppets enough to face me?" Han Li listened with an unchanged expression, only coldly asking, "Did you intentionally release the spider?" Indeed, Xuan Yue admitted straightforwardly, producing a red gauze-like cloak-like object in his hand. "You're not afraid of things backfiring and being killed by this beast?" Han Li licked his dry lips, sneering. He killed by this. Just by this fourth-grade beast with a bit of physical strength." Xuan Yue scoffed, his face full of disdain. "But you'd better play with this crystal spider well. I hope you can save your own life." With that, he draped the gauze over himself, and although he remained in place, all traces of his aura vanished instantly. Han Li was somewhat surprised and couldn't help but gaze at the gauze a few times. At this moment, Xuan Yue, wearing a smile, slowly retreated to a corner of the cave, completely appearing as if he wanted to distance himself from the situation. Han Li's thoughts raced, and he suddenly guessed the purpose of the gauze. His expression changed, and he quickly looked towards the spider. The blood spider stared at him fiercely, its fangs clicking, already treating him as prey. After a brief thought, Han Li's figure flashed, rushing towards the corner where Xuan Yue was. But seeing Han Li move, the blood spider immediately surged with blood-red light, charging towards him as well. However, the prepared puppet beasts opened their mouths one after another, shooting fleeting beams of light that hit the spider, causing it to stumble and unable to catch up to Han Li for a while. Seeing Han Li rushing towards him at full speed, Xuan Yue's expression changed. He was particularly wary of Han Li's lightning-fast movements and didn't dare to let him get close easily. Without hesitation, he threw the small bell in his hand towards Han Li while radiating light, and a fiery red armor appeared on his body. The gauze had naturally lost its effect and was put away. But seeing the giant bell looming over him, Han Li raised a small mirror in his hand. Simultaneously, a faint blue light shot out, immediately reverting the bell to its original form and fixing it in midair. The azure condensation mirror. Xuan Yue exclaimed. How could he not know this top-tier artifact with such a renowned name in their sect? Suddenly, Xuan Yue panicked. Originally, he thought the heaven-concealing bell could buy him some time, but Han Li unexpectedly rushed over without hesitation. How could he not be flustered? Fortunately, Han Li was still more than 10 zhang away from him, so Xuan Yue immediately threw out the ice rain technique talisman he just took out, turning it into a dense barrage of ice spikes. He believed that as long as Han Li used the white shield to block, his movements would slow down, giving him enough time to use the formidable artifact he just obtained. Seeing a large number of ice spikes flying towards him, Han Li's eyes flashed with cold light. Unexpectedly, a black, sharp object that had already been prepared spewed out from his mouth, making a piercing shriek as it rapidly stabbed into Xuan Yue's armor and let out a thunderous roar. Then a huge blue sword chi appeared out of thin air, and in a flash, Han Li stood behind Xuan Yue. Xuan Yue stood still, the dazzling light from his armor disappearing completely, leaving a fist-sized hole in his chest, rendering the armor devoid of spiritual energy and becoming useless. His head, without any warning, suddenly fell off. He had been decapitated by Han Li after breaking through his armor with the silver sword. Han Li also took the storage pouch from his waist as he fell. Han Li looked at the storage pouch in his hand, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. A late Foundation establishment cultivator was killed like this. He must have found it hard to believe before he died. However, Han Li knew very well that the reason the opponent died at his hands was partly because of the element of surprise, and partly due to the constraints of the narrow terrain. If it were in a normal aerial battle among cultivators, the opponent would never give him the chance to get close. With dozens of Zhang separating them, and with the help of flying artifacts, the opponent's speed would not be much inferior to his own maximum speed. Moreover, this time, in order to destroy the opponent's armor, he used a one-time self-explosive artifact made from the horn of an ink dragon cub, forcibly matching the opponent's armor. Speaking of this horn, the shopkeeper who made his artifacts couldn't stop lamenting, saying that if this ink dragon horn had grown for another 20 or 30 years, it could have been refined into a very powerful artifact, instead of being made into a consumable because it was too fragile. But now it seemed that using this item to kill a late Foundation establishment cultivator was extremely cost-effective. After collecting the azure condensation mirror and the opponent's bell, Han Li heard a series of explosions behind him. This made him pause for a moment, then without hesitation, he patted his storage pouch, and several second-grade puppet beasts flew out again. The original 8 had been devoured by the blood spider, leaving only 7 in pieces. Now, the blood spider turned its head and charged at Han Li again. Han Li raised his hand, and a pair of black dragons suddenly enlarged, intercepting the giant spider from the air. Then the attacks from the puppet beasts followed, continuously shooting beams of light at the blood-red body of the monster, finally suppressing it in one place, unable to advance. The blood spider, in desperation, sprayed several mouthfuls of spider silk, but unfortunately, Han Li immediately dodged upon seeing the creatures move. As for the puppet beasts, some were caught by the silk due to their inability to dodge, but Han Li promptly stored them away in his storage pouch, replacing them with others without delaying the continuous attack of the puppet beasts. However, Han Li quickly abandoned the idea of using magical artifacts to kill the opponent. After all, it was unwise to directly confront the spider silk with shields and magical artifacts. Helpless, Han Li sighed and had no choice but to continue maintaining this level of attack on the spider, not daring to slack off. After a quarter of an hour passed, it finally turned out as Han Li had predicted. The blood color on the blood spider gradually receded, and its shell began to show signs of pitting and damage. Obviously, The monster's true essence was exhausted, and it could no longer use spiritual power to defend against attacks. A smile appeared on Han Li's face as the spider seemed to realize the danger as well. It tried several times to escape Han Li's attacks and rush towards the cave entrance, but each time it was forced back by the rapid beams of light from the puppets. Eventually, it was trapped alive by Han Li in this place. When the last trace of true essence in the spider monster was exhausted, it could only shrink into a ball with no power to counterattack. Han Li then switched to an extremely sharp silver sword and swiftly approached, beheading the spider with one stroke. As expected, although the beast's shell was tough, without spiritual protection, it was easily penetrated by the silver sword. Afterwards, Han Li sat down nearby, silent for a while. After some time, he looked around at the many cultivators who had died and felt for the first time the fragility of cultivator life, which left him somewhat saddened. Perhaps one day, he too would die at the hands of a fellow cultivator or perish in the belly of some monster. When the rest period was almost over, Han Li first picked up the small ruler talisman, then proceeded to search through the storage pouches of each corpse. Finally, he cautiously approached the teleportation array, his gaze constantly shifting between the 5-colored bones and the token they held. The Great Shifting Command. This is what LV Tianmeng called this token. Han Li indulged in deep thought. The Great Shifting Command. Han Li had never heard of this name. But seeing how LV Tianmeng and Xuanal didn't hesitate to eliminate others for it, he could tell it was precious. However, facing the eerie 5-colored bones, Han Li didn't dare to act rashly. He took out a golden blade and cautiously touched the bones. Seeing no reaction, he approached and carefully examined the token. The token was blue and emitted a faint shimmer. From the ancient patterns and inscriptions on it, it was clearly an ancient object. However, Han Li didn't sense anything unusual about it, and its contained spiritual power wasn't too high. After some thought, Han Li gently flicked the token with the golden blade, easily retrieving it. Upon pinching it with his fingers, he found it wasn't metallic as expected, but rather somewhat soft yet hard, as if made of some kind of wood. Han Li played with it for a while, before attempting to infuse some spiritual power into it. However, a massive suction force suddenly came from the token, causing his spiritual power to be rapidly drained from his body. Startled, Han Li quickly cut off the flow of spiritual power, causing the suction force to disappear. Having learned his lesson, Han Li dared not try again and carefully stored the token in his storage pouch. Next, he circled around the unknown teleportation array, curious about where it could teleport to. Of course, Han Li wouldn't recklessly attempt it. Even if he had such a thought, he couldn't do it anyway because a corner of the teleportation array was damaged. Although the damage wasn't significant, it was enough to render the teleportation array unusable. Han Li blinked and suddenly took out a jade slip, starting to copy the pattern and inscriptions of the teleportation array, preparing to find some people to see if it could be repaired. He was full of anticipation for this. After doing all this, Han Li searched the huge cave for any overlooked items. Behind a thick stone pillar, he found 2 crystal-clear round eggs, each the size of a fist. At the sight of them, Han Li was extremely delighted, knowing without guessing that they were the eggs of the spider monster. Having experienced the ferocity of the spider monster firsthand, Han Li wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He immediately found a pouch specifically for storing spiritual beasts from the storage pouch of a spirit beast mountain cultivator, carefully placed the spider eggs inside, and then tucked it into his waist. With this harvest, Han Li searched the remaining areas more attentively, but unfortunately found nothing else. However, Han Li, already content, didn't mind. He returned to the side of the white spider corpse and unceremoniously dismembered it, storing the parts separately in his storage pouch. Then, he incinerated the bodies of Fictional, LV Tianmeng, and others into ashes on the spot and buried them. When he saw the 5-colored bones, Han Li also casually threw a few small fireballs, intending to burn them all. However, after the intense flames burned, the bones unexpectedly condensed into 7 or 8 colorful beads. This surprised Han Li, who naturally collected them curiously. Han Li was about to leave, but to prevent others from discovering the teleportation array again, he completely blocked the entrance with the Qing Yuan sword energy before leaving the cave. Of course, he also made some mental notes nearby for future exploration. Then, following the direction of the cave's airflow for several hours, Han Li finally found an extremely hidden exit and stepped onto the surface. Because he was afraid of the group of demonic cultivators still lurking nearby, Han Li didn't dare to delay and immediately flew away towards Teiyu Mountain on the Divine Wind Boat. Because nothing happened along the way. A week or so later, Han Li returned to Huangfeng Valley. After telling the duty manager inside the gate about his experiences with some omissions, he went back to his cave residence to await orders. At this point, he also learned that the second round of major battles had already begun. In the initial stage, with the strong support of the other 2 countries, the 7 sects seemed to have the upper hand against the 6 sects, which eased the atmosphere within Huangfeng Valley considerably, no longer as pessimistic as it was at the beginning of the war. After returning, seeing everything in his cave residence still unchanged, Han Li breathed a sigh of relief. Although returning to the sect at this time was not a wise move, as he would most likely be conscripted, Han Li had a strong hunch. But now, with the severe punishment for disciples who retreated from the front lines or evaded task mobilizations, there was no need to worry about tasks. Moreover, it was said that nearly 100 people within the 7 sects had received various punishments. As for whether there were any attempts to avoid the war, all disciples without tasks or who had completed their tasks were required to report back to their sect within the specified time. If they failed to return without providing a reason, they would be punished. Of course, avoiding the war or fleeing to another country would result in even more dreadful consequences, facing a lifelong pursuit by the enforcement teams of the 7 sects as long as they existed. At this time, Han Li was not willing to leave Huangfeng Valley and flee to Uiguo. Naturally, he had to come back obediently to receive orders. Actually, according to his estimation, with the expansion of both the demonic and righteous paths, there would be no peaceful place in the entire southern heaven realm. The cultivation worlds everywhere would be embroiled in conflicts, just a matter of sooner or later. In that case, it was better to stay in Uiguo. After all, it's hard to leave one's homeland. The first thing Han Li did upon returning to his cave residence was to soak the spider eggs in the spring of spiritual eyes, allowing the spiritual energy to slowly nurture them to hatch. Then he quickly closed up for 2 days and finally completed the first layer of the Great Yin arts. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the Qing Yuan sword art, which had not progressed for a long time, also simultaneously broke through to the 5th layer, advancing Han Li to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Seeing this, Han Li was overjoyed. After all, with each increase in cultivation level, the hope of surviving in the turmoil increased. However, what puzzled Han Li was that several days after his return, he still hadn't been assigned any tasks by the sect, which made him somewhat uneasy. According to his experience, the more unusual things were, the more trouble and danger they represented. But after some thought, Han Li thought that there were no safe tasks now with the ongoing battles between the 7 sects and the 6 sects. Even guarding a spiritual stone mine could almost cost one's life, so tasks didn't matter anymore. After thinking like this, Han Li restored his peace of mind. During this short period, he began to search for information on what the Great Shifting Command actually was. As for his master Li Hueyuan and Hongfu, there was no need to explain Dong Xuaner's matter to them, because as nascent soul stage cultivators, they already had tasks and were not in the sect. In the Tianjai Pavilion of Huangfeng Valley, after searching for 2 days, although Han Li looked through countless books on formations, he found no information about the ancient teleportation array. This left Han Li greatly disappointed. At this moment, Han Li remembered that there might be someone who could help him repair the array. The person Han Li had in mind was naturally Qi Yunxiao, with whom he had made a pact several years ago. Since Qi Yunxiao's friend was skilled in the inverted 5 elements array, he must be knowledgeable about other formations as well. Considering that the ancient teleportation array was a type of formation, Han Li thought that his friend might be able to repair it. With this in mind, Han Li was greatly moved and calculated the time. The day they had agreed to meet wasn't far off. However, with tasks being assigned at any moment, he couldn't go find him immediately. It seemed he would have to find another way later. Feeling somewhat disheartened after some contemplation, Han Li lost interest in flipping through the books on formations and left the Tianjai Pavilion to return to his cave residence. Back in his cave, Han Li noticed that the spider eggs seemed to have grown significantly. indicating that the spring of spiritual eyes indeed accelerated their hatching. Acting quickly, Han Li drew a simple control formation, a basic method for controlling monster eggs, and then dripped some blood onto it. Placing the spider eggs inside, he activated the formation, allowing the eggs to absorb all the blood before returning them to the spring. Just as Han Li finished this task, he received a flying talisman transmission, instructing him to assemble at the council hall urgently. His heart skipped a beat, knowing that a task had finally come. On the main battlefield between the 7 sects and the 6 sects, in a chaotic area of rocks near the border between Uiguo and Chekiguo, Han Li commanded 2 transformed black dragons seizing souls and several golden blades to relentlessly besiege a Foundation establishment, stage disciple of the Ghost Sect. Although the opponent was enveloped in billowing black chi and emitted a terrifying aura with several skull phantoms faintly audible, under the relentless barrage of attacks from Han Li's 2 sets of magic treasures, they soon found a flaw and were chopped into pieces. With practiced efficiency, Han Li grabbed the opponent's storage pouch, causing them to vanish into the desolate wilderness. With his gains secured and the sky growing dark, it was time for the nascent soul stage cultivators from both the demonic and righteous paths to come out and fight. If things escalated and he got caught in it, the casualties would be unjust. Han Li shuddered at the memory of witnessing battles between nascent soul stage cultivators in the past. Within several miles, the battles between the disciples of the Sword Control sect and the Spirit Puppet sect had turned everything upside down, nearly dragging him into the chaos even though he was several miles away. Since then, as soon as night fell, he would return early, even if it meant returning empty-handed. A year ago, he was tasked with escorting a shipment of spiritual stones to this place, only to be left behind and become a senior cannon fodder for the 7 sects. He had participated in several large-scale battles involving thousands of people in a row, and even more frequently engaged in skirmishes like the one just now, fighting scattered enemies in the depths of the wilderness. Strangely, since the second round of battles between the demonic and righteous paths ended in a draw, the 2 sides had gradually settled into a strange rhythm of fighting once a month, with strange skirmishes occurring daily. In these major battles, although both sides fought fiercely, casualties were few. Unless they were truly determined to fight to the death, neither side could easily harm the other due to the protective barriers. In the skirmishes, because the strength of nascent soul stage cultivators far surpassed that of Foundation establishment stage cultivators, after a few attempts, both sides tacitly agreed to let Foundation establishment stage cultivators fight each other from dawn to dusk. It was only at night that the nascent soul stage experts would come out and engage in a major battle. In one-on-one battles between nascent soul stage cultivators, defeating the opponent was easy, and even inflicting severe injuries was possible, but taking the opponent's life was difficult. After all, a nascent soul stage cultivator fleeing at full strength was incredibly fast. As a result, over the past year, hundreds of Foundation establishment stage cultivators from both sides had been injured, but not a single nascent soul stage cultivator had been lost, much to the dismay and frustration of those in charge on both sides. As for Chi cultivation stage cultivators, due to their weak spiritual power, they could only serve as reserve forces and remained relatively unscathed. However, after a year of continuous major battles and unceasing harassment, both the 6 sects and the 7 sects cultivators were finding it increasingly difficult to cope. While both sides were desperately weakening each other, they were also accumulating strength. They were well aware that the decisive moment was drawing near. Hanley steered the Divine Wind boat and arrived at his faction's camp after an hour. Rows of houses, varying in size, were faintly visible within the restrictive grand array, arranged haphazardly without any discernible pattern. These were the temporary residences of the cultivators who had come here, constructed with wood or earth elemental techniques. Of course, these were divided into zones according to sects. Hanley first went to his residence, a small stone house. After closing the door, he temporarily sealed the stone house with a small formation flag. Then, Hanley emptied the contents of the storage pouch and began sorting through them. So many skull phantoms and small banners. Who besides disciples of the ghost sect would use these? I can only exchange them for some money. This sword isn't bad. I'll keep it as a backup. This, Hanley muttered to himself as he sorted through the pile of items, quickly separating useful magic tools and items from those that were worthless or useless, placing the latter into another storage pouch. With this pouch in hand, Hanley dispelled the formation flag and left the residence. After turning a few corners, he headed towards the most conspicuous house in the group. This wooden house covered an area of 50 to 60 zhang and was painted entirely in golden yellow. Under the setting sun, it gleamed like pure gold. Without hesitation, Hanley pushed open the door and entered. Inside, dozens of cultivators were bustling about, trading various items. Many were bargaining with the vendors or selecting items from their stalls. Hanley swiftly made his way to several stalls, exchanging the contents of his storage pouch for spirit stones. After emptying the bag, he had nearly 100 spirit stones in his hand. Ignoring the others, Hanley headed towards the largest stall in the house. This stall was 7 or 8 zhang long, almost 3 to 4 times larger than the other stalls, and was manned by a chubby mid-foundation establishment stage cultivator. Without any pleasantries, Hanley immediately tossed the bag containing the spirit stones to the chubby cultivator and said without hesitation, "Brother Chen, exchange this for the dragon roar grass. I've gathered 500 spirit stones." So it's Brother Han. Impressive, you've gathered the spirit stones so quickly. Let me take a look. Upon seeing Hanley, the chubby cultivator smiled and used his fat hand to grab the bag, immersing his consciousness inside to sense the number of spirit stones. It's not bad. Not bad. It really is 500 spirit stones. Here's the dragon roar grass, keep it safe. Chen, the chubby cultivator, happily took out a jade box from his body and handed it to Han Li. Han Li took the small box, opened it directly, took a glance inside, nodded, and then asked eagerly, "Is there any news about the pill formulas I asked for last time? As long as you have them, I can increase the price by another point." My friend, those pill formulas are extremely rare items. Although we Foundation establishment stage cultivators have some, they are all treasured possessions. Who would sell them? Besides, my friend needs pill formulas that are useful for Foundation establishment stage cultivators, which makes it even more difficult. I've done my best, but I really can't get them. Chen's face turned bitter as he heard Han Li's words, and he began to pour out his grievances. Han Li felt somewhat disappointed, but he remained calm and said with a smile, "It's okay. Forget it if you can't find them. I have to thank Brother Chen for getting me two last time." Upon hearing this, Chen chuckled and said, "Those two were almost useless ancient formulas that had been sitting in my hands for years. I couldn't believe it when you asked for them. But if you want to take them back and experiment to improve them, that's not something an ordinary person can do. It takes too much time and effort, and it might take several generations to complete." As Chen spoke, he seemed to be filled with emotion. Han Li smiled faintly upon hearing this and remained silent. Since settling here and discovering this temporary trading post in the camp, Han Li was astonished to find many rare items that were unavailable in the market. From medicinal herbs to raw materials for magic tools, almost everything was available here. The medicinal ingredients he needed for refining the spirit gathering pill were easily found here. Once he returned, he could stimulate its growth and immediately make another breakthrough in his cultivation. Even from Chen, he had obtained two long-awaited ancient formulas for almost 1,000 spirit stones, which filled Han Li with boundless joy. After emptying his pockets of spirit stones, Han Li managed to gather most of the ingredients for the new ancient formula. With only a few missing components, Han Li reluctantly sold two 400-year-old medicinal herbs and planned to participate in more missions to hunt down rogue cultivators. Not only could he earn a substantial amount of spirit stones, but he could also obtain more stones by exchanging items from the enemy's storage bags. With several talismans and the power of the Great Ascension decision, Han Li could safely escape even encounters with late Foundation establishment cultivators. Similarly, if he encountered mid to early Foundation establishment rogue cultivators, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. Of course, individuals like the Ghost Sect's young master, who were at the Foundation establishment stage and were exceptionally powerful, wouldn't participate in such actions due to their status. As a result, Han Li gained a bit of reputation among the Foundation establishment cultivators of the 7 sects over the past year. Everyone knew that Huang Fengxi had produced a formidable character, who, despite only being at the mid-Foundation establishment stage, had managed to snipe down over a dozen rogue cultivators and return unscathed, which was incredible. Using the spirit stones he acquired, Han Li completed the remaining ingredients for the ancient formula. He heard that similar trading posts were established in the camps of other sects, so he asked the chubby guy to keep an eye out for any alchemical formulas. However, it seemed unlikely now. Just as Han Li was about to bid farewell and leave, a fragrant breeze suddenly enveloped him. Han Li turned his head slightly in surprise and saw a cold and elegant female cultivator approaching from behind. Seeing her charming face and voluptuous figure, Han Li remained composed on the surface, but he couldn't help feeling a bit uneasy. It was none other than Chen Jr.'s sister, with whom he had shared an intimate encounter. Just thinking about that passionate night made him feel strange. They hadn't seen each other since they parted ways in the forbidden area, and Han Li didn't know when she had arrived at this place. "Wu Bo, here are the things you wanted." Chen Jr.'s sister glanced at Han Li indifferently, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, before walking up to the chubby guy and handing him a storage bag. He, niece Cairo, you've come just in time. We were eagerly waiting for this batch of goods." The chubby guy greeted Chen Jr.'s sister happily. "Wu Bo." Han Li was stunned by the chubby guy's address. He never expected that this acquaintance of nearly half a year would turn out to be Chen Jr.'s sister's elder. With his mid-foundation establishment Cultivation, it seemed that he held a respectable position in the Chen clan. After giving Han Li a glance at the beginning, Chen Jr.'s sister remained indifferent and didn't look at Han Li again. This made Han Li feel uncomfortable. "Brother Chen, I'll take my leave. I'll visit again in the future." Han Li didn't want to linger any longer. After exchanging polite words, he turned and walked towards the exit of the trading post. Only then did Chen Cairo glance coldly at Han Li's departing figure and turned to the chubby guy who was inspecting the contents of the storage bag, asking, "Wu Bo, was this timid guy buying things from you?" Timid guy. The chubby guy was taken aback by Chen Cairo's words. "Yes, the one who was just standing here," Chen Cairo clarified, feeling puzzled. Han Li hadn't left a good impression on Chen Jr.'s sister during their encounter in the forbidden area. She always thought of him as a lucky opportunist. The chubby guy fell silent for a moment, then sighed and said with a strange tone, "Cairo Kayan, you've just arrived here, so there are some things you don't understand. Although I don't know why you think this guy is timid, your fellow disciple has quite a reputation here. He's a formidable character who has consecutively defeated over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators. It's unbelievable. I even thought about recommending him to the clan head after this battle. If we could win him over, it would be a great help." He defeated over a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators. Chen Jr.'s sister's face, initially cold, revealed a look of astonishment upon hearing this, finding it hard to believe what she had just heard. She couldn't help but look towards the entrance of the trading post, but Han Li had already left the building. After leaving the trading post, Han Li pondered for a moment before heading to Master Li Hueyuan's residence to pay his respects and perform the customary disciple's duties. As a chi condensation stage cultivator, Master Li's residence was naturally not comparable to ordinary cultivators. He lived in an extremely comfortable house located at the center of the array, accompanied by his wife. Among Han Li's 7 senior martial brothers, apart from the eldest martial brother who remained in the Green Wave Cave, the others were all on missions elsewhere. Only Han Li and the 4th senior martial brother, Song Meng, remained here. On the first day Han Li arrived, when he went to visit Master Li Hueyuan, his mid-foundation establishment cultivation surprised the master, who was greatly astonished. After all, it had only been a few years since Han Li successfully reached the foundation establishment stage. In general, even for cultivators with excellent aptitude, it would take more than 10 years to advance from the early stage to the middle stage. Han Li's rapid progress naturally aroused Master Li Hueyuan's curiosity. After examining Han Li's body without finding anything unusual, Master Li asked about the reason for his rapid cultivation advancement. Han Li naturally wouldn't reveal the truth and pretended to be confused, claiming that he didn't understand it himself, which left Master Li Hueyuan puzzled for a while. However, he eventually let the matter go, as there were more pressing matters at hand, and he didn't have the time to dwell on it. Master Li Hueyuan and Mistress Hongfu already knew about the Yan's defection and Dong Xuaner's entanglement with the enemy. Despite being extremely angry, they didn't blame Han Li excessively. After all, the opponent was too strong, and Han Li was lucky to escape with his life intact. As Han Li was thinking about this, he arrived outside Master Li Hueyuan's residence. To his surprise, his 4th senior martial brother, Song Meng, was standing outside with his arms crossed, looking exceptionally spirited as if he were standing guard. When Song Meng saw Han Li, a hint of smile appeared on his face, and he said in a deep voice, "Junior brother Han, here to pay respects to Master again." Han Li lightly responded with an N. After Han Li gained some fame, Song Meng had insisted on sparring with him in private. But although Han Li won with the help of his magic treasures, the two gradually got along, and there were even moments of laughter and conversation between them as senior and junior martial brothers. Junior brother Han, Master is discussing matters with some guests. Please wait outside for a moment. By the way, I've made some progress in my cultivation recently. How about a match later? Song Meng explained with a smile, but then made a request that made Han Li feel a headache. Indeed, since losing. To Han Li, Song Meng had asked to spar with him every once in a while. However, Han Li refused to reveal his true strength, so he always declined. In Yellow Maple Valley, Song Meng wouldn't be so easy to appease. But luckily, there were many powerful cultivators here, providing Han Li with plenty of opponents. When Song Meng failed to persuade him a few times, he would give up and find someone else. This finally relieved Han Li. Therefore, upon hearing Song Meng's invitation, Han Li smiled bitterly and said he didn't dare to accept it easily. However, Han Li became interested in the guests who were discussing matters with Master Li Hueyuan. After all, since Song Meng used the word discussing, it meant that the people inside were most likely Foundation establishment cultivators. Therefore, Han Li was about to ask Song Meng for some information when the closed door suddenly opened, and several male and female cultivators walked out. Master Li Hueyuan and his wife followed them out, bidding them farewell. Sure enough, they were all Foundation establishment cultivators. Han Li observed them closely, and every one of them seemed unfathomable in their cultivation. Han Li and Song Meng didn't dare to block their way and quickly made way, standing on both sides. Master Li Hueyuan noticed Han Li with just a slight smile before ignoring him. The other cultivators also saw Han Li, but most of them just glanced at him briefly, as a mid-foundation establishment cultivator wasn't worth their attention. However, one of the female cultivators, with a perfect figure and a veil covering her face, suddenly stopped in her tracks after glancing at Han Li, and her body trembled slightly. At the same time, a pair of bright autumn eyes flashed with an indistinguishable expression. Has senior sister, Nangong, met this rascal before? The other cultivators noticed the female cultivator's strange behavior and couldn't help but look at her with a hint of surprise. Master Li Hueyuan was also puzzled and asked with a frown, "Senior sister Nangong." As soon as the word senior sister Nangong reached Han Li's ears, his heart skipped a beat, feeling as if he had just overturned a 5-flavor bottle, experiencing all sorts of emotions. Although he managed to keep his expression unchanged, he couldn't help but steal a glance at the female cultivator. No, it's just that the disciple looks very similar to an old friend I haven't seen in a long time. Nangong Fairy's eyes lost their unusual color and returned to their usual coldness. These words left a bitter taste in Han Li's heart. Oh, that's quite a coincidence. Li Hueyuan smiled and said, glancing at Han Li again. But Han Li remained calm, showing no signs of anything unusual. After exchanging glances, the other cultivators also showed expressions of understanding, but whether they truly believed this statement, only heaven knew. Nangong Fairy knew that her words were hard to believe, but she left without any explanation. After she left, the others glanced at Han Li with deep meaning before bidding farewell to Li Hueyuan and his wife. The smile on Li Hueyuan's face gradually disappeared after seeing off all the guests. He furrowed his brows and turned to Han Li, saying calmly, "Come with me. I have something to ask you." Seeing this, Han Li inwardly sighed and could only comply. The young female disciple, on the other hand, gently comforted Han Li before following them into the house. When Han Li entered the living room, Li Hueyuan was sitting in a chair, looking pensive. The young woman sat close beside him. "Do you know senior sister Nangong from the concealed moon sect?" Li Hueyuan stopped his contemplation as Han Li approached and asked directly. Han Li remained silent for a moment, carefully weighing his words internally. Realizing that Nangong Fairy's strange behavior had been noticed, He knew he couldn't evade the truth and reluctantly nodded, admitting Disciple did have a brief encounter with senior sister Nangong. Li Hueyuan was somewhat surprised to hear Han Li's easy admission. His expression softened. "What's the matter? Can you tell us about it?" The young woman asked curiously. Nangong Fairy had denied knowing Han Li earlier, but now he claimed they were acquainted. There must be a story behind this. Li Hueyuan and his wife exchanged glances, and after a moment of consideration, Li Hueyuan seemed to want to know the truth and said slowly, "Since you've promised someone not to disclose this matter, we won't force you. But I must remind you, it's best to avoid too much contact with senior sister Nangong. The concealed Moon Sect's members are skilled in charm techniques, and I fear you might unwittingly fall under her influence. However, seeing that you're clear-minded and articulate, I feel relieved." Han Li felt relieved upon hearing this, and quickly agreed. Li Hueyuan, satisfied with Han Li's respectful attitude, began to discuss Han Li's cultivation issues with him in a friendly manner. Han Li listened attentively, not wanting to miss any of Li Hueyuan's advice. After a while, Li Hueyuan unexpectedly brought up a surprising topic. "Han Li, I have a personal matter to entrust to you. Are you willing?" "A personal matter?" Han Li was taken aback but quickly agreed. "Master, please feel free to instruct me. I will do my best to fulfill it." Li Hueyuan was pleased with Han Li's prompt response. He stood up and paced around the room before solemnly saying, "It's not something particularly dangerous. I need you to act as a bodyguard for a while and ensure the safety of a certain family for me." A bodyguard, protecting someone. Han Li was puzzled but listened attentively to Li Hueyuan's explanation. "I originally intended for your fourth senior brother, Song Meng, to do this, but recently I heard rumors about you killing many rogue cultivators. It surprised me and your senior martial sister quite a bit. I never expected that a formidable cultivator like you would emerge from my disciples. I've heard that even disciples from the other 6 sects talk about it. So I feel more at ease entrusting this task to you." Li Hueyuan smiled, indicating his current good mood. The young woman beside him also smiled and added, "Besides, senior brother Song Meng has always been sheltered in the Green Wave Cave since childhood and lacks worldly experience. He may not handle this matter well. Moreover, the person you will be protecting is an ordinary human." Han Li smiled awkwardly at Li Hueyuan's praise, but couldn't help but wonder why he, a Foundation establishment disciple, was needed to protect an ordinary person. However, Li Hueyuan seemed to sense Han Li's confusion and explained, "The person I want you to protect is the descendant of a senior brother of mine who once saved my life. Unfortunately, his only son is a mortal without spiritual roots, unable to cultivate. He can only live in the mortal world. After my senior brother passed away, I swore to ensure the safety and prosperity of his descendants as long as I live. Therefore, this family has thrived under my support for several generations. However, I recently received news that disciples from the 6 devil sects may infiltrate the mortal world and target some of the ordinary people we secretly support. attempting to disrupt the supply of ordinary materials to our 7 sects. This family's relationship with me might make them a target for the devil sects, so I need someone capable to ensure their safety in case of any trouble. Of course, if the devil sects don't bother them, that would be even better. Hanley nodded understandingly. All right, I'll write a letter to the current head of this family, explaining your identity and situation. He is the only one who knows about the past between me and his ancestors. I've already made arrangements so that you won't be punished for leaving on this mission. Here's a jade slip with detailed information about this family. Pack your belongings and leave tomorrow morning to avoid any delays. Li Hueyuan instructed. Yes, master. Hanley bowed respectfully and agreed. Hanley sat on the divine wind boat, speeding through the sky. He wasn't heading to Yuedu, where the ordinary family he was supposed to protect resided, but was flying towards the direction of Yuanwu Kingdom. Taking advantage of this relatively free task, Hanley decided to first fulfill his appointment with Qi Yunxiao and see if the array master could repair the damaged formation that seemed to be an ancient teleportation array. This would be his last resort if the 7 sects were defeated in the final battle. Otherwise, he would be constantly hunted down by the devil sects, leaving him with no time for cultivation. After estimating the time needed for the trip, Hanley realized that if everything went smoothly, he would only need about 20 days round trip, which wouldn't delay Li Hueyuan's mission. Therefore, he proceeded with confidence. Qi Yunxiao and Han Li had agreed to meet at a tea house in a small town in Yuanwu Kingdom. According to him, the tea house was owned by one of his subordinates, so Han Li should have no trouble contacting Qi Yunxiao once he arrived. Han Li flew swiftly, ignoring any cultivators he occasionally encountered, and continued on his journey without stopping. After flying day and night for 7 or 8 days, Han Li finally arrived at a small place called Golden Horse City. To avoid causing a stir, Han Li put away his magical treasures when he was still several miles away from the small city, descended to the ground, and then walked leisurely toward the city gate. Although Golden Horse City was not large, it was bustling with people coming and going, giving off an air of prosperity. Han Li, with his ordinary appearance and wearing a slightly worn Confucian robe, blended into the crowd easily as he walked toward the city gate. This tea house, though not well known, was easy to find. Han Li casually asked a child for directions and soon found himself standing in front of the clear spring tea house. Curious, Han Li stood there for a moment, taking in the sight. This tea house was not large, just 3 connected cottages, but even before Han Li entered, a strong aroma of tea greeted him. Han Li was somewhat surprised. Although he didn't know much about tea, he sensed a faint spiritual aura in the tea fragrance. With a flicker in his heart, he walked in without hesitation. The 3 rooms were arranged side by side, 1 large and 2 small, all filled with groups of tea drinkers. Even though the tea house was crowded, there was no one making loud noises. Most people had their eyes closed, savoring the tea in front of them, while only a few murmured quietly. On the main wall of the central room hung a large yellow paper with several bold characters written on it, such as limit 1 pot per person per day, which was quite conspicuous. Seeing these characters, Hanley found it somewhat amusing. It was the first time he had heard of restrictions on how much one could eat or drink in a business establishment. However, he just smiled and didn't think much of it. Instead, after scanning the room, he immediately walked towards a person who looked like the shopkeeper in the corner. This person should be the shopkeeper of the tea house, about 40 years old, with a small mustache and a very shrewd look. At this moment, he was behind a counter, bowing his head and calculating with an abacus, occasionally glancing at a ledger beside him. Hanley walked a few steps forward, stood in front of the counter, and remained silent. This surprised the shopkeeper, who raised his head and looked over. Seeing Hanley clearly, the man's face immediately changed, and he quickly set aside the abacus and ledger, coming out from behind the counter. He asked nervously, "Senior, is there anything I can help you with? I will do my best." This shopkeeper turned out to be a cultivator as well, but his cultivation level was pitifully low, only around the 4th layer of qi condensation. Facing the unpredictable Senior Hanley, he naturally felt uneasy. Without saying a word, Hanley lightly brushed his sleeve on the counter, and a translucent green jade pendant appeared on the table. The shopkeeper was taken aback when he saw the jade pendant, but then his face showed pleasant surprise as he said, "So it's Senior Han who's arrived." Young Master Chi instructed earlier that Senior would be coming soon, and I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Hanley calmly put away the jade pendant and said, "I want to see your young master now. Lead the way." "Yes, Senior," the shopkeeper obediently replied. He then called over someone dressed as a waiter, gave him a few instructions, and led Hanley out through the back door, straight out of the small town, heading west. To the west of Golden Horse City was a large area of yellow-green hills, large and small, scattered throughout. However, the shopkeeper, familiar with the terrain, led Hanley through the hills, turning several corners, and arrived at a depression covering over 100 acres. In the middle of the depression were 7 or 8 white stone houses. Several green bamboos were planted sporadically around them, looking inconspicuous. After leading Hanley to the vicinity of this place, the shopkeeper bowed and said, "Senior, my young master is in the house, but there are some formations set up outside the house. Normally, I should inform my young master before bringing in outsiders, but young Master Chi had instructed earlier, so you can follow me closely. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if the restrictions are triggered." Hanley glanced around the surroundings and the seemingly irregular green bamboos, then said indifferently, "Understood. Just lead the way." The shopkeeper took a deep breath upon hearing this and carefully led Hanley towards the house. His route was very peculiar, sometimes taking 3 steps forward and then retreating 2 steps, sometimes advancing 5 steps to the east, but then turning back 6 steps. The whole process seemed chaotic, with no apparent pattern. In this way, the two of them slowly approached the house in the depression. "Master, Senior Han has arrived. Please come out and meet him." When they were only a dozen yards away from the house, the shopkeeper finally breathed a sigh of relief and shouted loudly towards the largest house. "Senior Han has arrived. That's great. But wait a moment, I'll be right out." The voice of Chi Yunxeo came from inside the house, followed by a dull thud, and then Chi Yunxeo's voice again, full of frustration. Cough failed again. The stone door opened, and Chi Yunxeo walked out with a disappointed look on his face, with a hint of heat lingering around him. However, when he saw Han Li, his expression immediately changed from gloomy to sunny, and he hurriedly approached, saying excitedly, "It's really Senior. This is great. Please come with me and let me show some hospitality. We may not have much, but we do have some excellent fragrant tea." Chi Yunxeo, eager to please, led Han Li into the adjacent room, showing much more maturity and sophistication than he did years ago. Then they entered the room and sat down next to a long rectangular table. "Senior, about that." When Chi Yunxeo instructed the shopkeeper to brew tea and then turned his head, he seemed hesitant to say something. With a smile, Han Li extended his hand, and the book Insights of Yunxeo appeared on the table, still shimmering with a prohibition. Seeing the book, Chi Yunxeo's spirits lifted, and he was about to reach out to take it when he suddenly remembered something. He quickly said, "Senior, please wait a moment," and hurried out. Han Li chuckled, seemingly guessing his intention. Before long, Chi Yunxeo returned to the room with a wooden box about a foot long in his hand. "Senior, this is an improved 5 elements reversal array set I've worked on. Although its power is not as high as originally expected, reaching only half of the original formation's power, it has been enhanced to 1/3 of the original formation's power, much stronger than before." Chi Yunxeo said apologetically, obviously feeling uneasy about not being able to improve the formation as much as promised. 1/3. Han Li's expression changed, and he was extremely surprised. You see, he had never expected the original array to be improved. The 5 elements reversal array, which could exert only 1/10 of its power, had already satisfied Han Li greatly. Considering that cultivators like Lei Wan, at the foundation establishment stage, found this array quite troublesome, doubling or tripling its power could potentially keep foundation establishment cultivators out of the formation. Thinking of this, Han Li couldn't help but take the wooden box and prepare to examine it closely, while Chi Yunxeo also picked up the silver book and examined it carefully. As soon as the box was opened, a set of spiritual array flags and plates appeared, exuding a strong spiritual aura. Han Li carefully took them out one by one and examined them. There were many more array flags and plates in this set than the original, and the patterns and runes on them were significantly more complex. It seemed that what Chi Yunxeo said was true, and the power of this set should indeed be greater than the original. Han Li happily put away the array flags, then glanced at Chi Yung-seo. At this moment, Chi Yung-seo, with a pleased expression, was carefully flipping through the insights of Yung-seo, apparently having verified that the seal was intact. Senior, I'm very satisfied with this improved array set. You're too kind, Senior. I'm still very grateful to Senior for returning this book intact. I should be the one to... Han Li smiled, exchanged a few more polite words, and then began chatting with Chi Yung-seo. After a while, the shopkeeper brought in 2 cups of emerald green tea, much more fragrant than the tea at Clear Spring Tea House, clearly of higher quality. Its spiritual aura was also more concentrated. At Chi Yung-seo's eager invitation, Han Li took a few sips. Instantly, he felt refreshed and clear-headed. He couldn't help but praise excellent tea. I didn't expect ordinary tea leaves to contain spiritual aura. It's truly remarkable. Did you personally make this, friend? I admire your skill. Han Li's words were sincere. To imbue ordinary tea leaves with spiritual aura was unheard of, and this tea was indeed exceptionally fragrant, no less than any top-grade tea in the world. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Chi Yung-seo showed a hint of embarrassment and quickly explained, "Senior, you've misunderstood. This tea was a gift from a friend of mine. It took him nearly 10 years of research to develop it." Friend, could it be the person looking for spiritual herbs to save their life? Han Li casually asked, but inwardly he was secretly pleased. He had been worried about not being able to steer the conversation towards the topic of the formation master, but seeing this opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it slip by. Seeing Han Li's question, Chi Yung-seo was momentarily stunned and hesitated. But then he remembered something and made up his mind, nodding decisively, saying, "Senior is right. This spirit tea was indeed made by a dear friend of mine. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to Senior's 1,000-year-old spirit grass acting as a catalyst that saved my life. However, even though my life is now secure, my injuries still haven't healed. So, I was thinking of shamelessly asking Senior if you still have any long-aged spirit grass. Even if it's not 1,000 years old, 700 or 800 years would give my friend hope for recovery. I'm willing to exchange various formation flags for the spirit grass." After saying this, Chi Yung-seo looked hopeful, his attention fully focused on Han Li. Upon hearing Chi Yung-seo's words, Han Li was somewhat surprised, but inwardly relieved. Since the other party still had a request from him, it seemed that asking him to repair the teleportation formation should be a done deal. However, he naturally had to put on a bit of a show on the surface, making the other party owe him a favor. With this in mind, Han Li put on a contemplative expression and after a long while, reluctantly said, "I do have some spirit grass in my possession, but I intended to refine a pill with them. It's just..." Although Han Li didn't finish his sentence, the hesitant look on his face had already conveyed the difficulty of the matter to Chi Yung-seo. After all, what a top-grade pill meant to a cultivator was something the other party should be well aware of. Upon hearing that Han Li indeed had spirit grass, Chi Yung-seo's expression suddenly became ecstatic. But upon hearing the rest of Han Li's words, he became extremely anxious. Even before Han Li finished speaking, he immediately said in a half-pleading tone, "I know it's asking too much for Senior to give up the spirit grass, but seeing my friend suffering day in and day out, it's truly heartbreaking. As long as Senior is willing to give up the spirit grass, I'm willing to let Senior choose any of my formation flags. Even if you take them all, I won't complain." Upon hearing the other party's words, Han Li's heart was moved. Although the other formation flags of Chi Yunxiao might not be as outrageous as the 5 elements reversal array, they were undoubtedly rare treasures. If he could have a few more sets in hand, it would definitely enhance his defense significantly. Moreover, some of the formations were also very powerful in terms of attack. If he could trap strong enemies in them, it would be a sharp means of killing. However, Han Li's main goal this time was to get the other party to repair the damaged teleportation formation. If he took the formation flags, it might not be appropriate to bring up this matter again. Otherwise, it might leave the other party with the impression of being greedy. Han Li didn't want to offend these two people now. After considering for a moment, he decided to refuse the exchange and bring up the matter of the teleportation formation instead. But at this moment, a panicked shout from a young woman suddenly came from outside. "Young Master Qi, something bad happened. Please come and save my mistress." As the voice of the woman entered the room, Qi Yunxiao's face immediately changed. He got up hurriedly and rushed out, not even bothering to greet Han Li, his guest. The shopkeeper, who was standing nearby, also ran out in panic. Han Li's eyebrows twitched slightly, his expression unchanged, but he felt puzzled inside. He walked out slowly with his hands behind his back. Outside the house, Qi Yunxiao and the shopkeeper were anxiously listening to what a young woman of 18 or 19 was saying. This woman had fair skin and a pretty face. She looked anxious as she recounted what had happened. But when she saw the unfamiliar Han Li walking out of the house, she immediately closed her mouth, her eyes flashing with alertness. Han Li, unperturbed, smiled and stood still, not approaching. But when Qi Yunxiao saw Han Li, he rushed over to him as if he had found a life-saving straw and begged excitedly. "Elder, my friend is trapped by a group of malicious cultivators. Only Elder can save her now. As long as Elder is willing to help, I will definitely show my gratitude. Could you please explain in more detail, Junior Qi? It's rare that the young lady mentioned by this girl is your friend, the one who is proficient in formations." Han Li furrowed his brows slightly, asking slowly, somewhat surprised. "Yes, the set of 5 elements reversal array formation flags Senior used was jointly created by me and Miss Xing." Qi Yunxiao eagerly looked at Han Li, explaining hastily. As for the beautiful woman, she just realized that with her cultivation at the 5th level of qi condensation, she couldn't discern Han Li's depth. She looked surprised, opened her mouth slightly, and looked at Han Li with some fear. But Han Li turned to the woman and said in a deep voice, "Could you repeat what happened again? so that I can understand the situation better. Although Han Li knew it was the best time to show his kindness, he also needed to understand the enemy's number and strength. He didn't want to get himself into trouble instead of rescuing people. "Oh, it's like this. Today, Miss and I went to the nearby." The beautiful woman, seeing Han Li speaking to her, couldn't help feeling a little flustered and recounted the situation again. It turned out that the young lady mentioned by this girl had run out of the top-quality tea leaves used to make the spirit tea a few days ago. Following her usual practice, she went to the nearby Biyun mountain to collect some. But on the mountain, they unexpectedly encountered a group of male cultivators at the qi condensation stage. The master and servant felt that it was inappropriate for so many cultivators to appear and decided to leave immediately. However, one of the cultivators had recognized the woman as a formation master who had set up formations for a small family. He immediately told his companions about it, and they immediately had malicious intentions, intending to capture the woman alive and force her to teach them her formation skills. However, the young lady was smart and, without waiting for the other party to make a move, took the maid and fled the mountain first. But halfway through their escape, they found that the pursuers were still following them, getting closer and closer. If they continued like this, they would definitely be caught. In desperation, she hastily set up a simple formation in a nearby forest using a set of formation flags she carried with her, protecting herself first. Then she let the maid leave first to seek help from Chi Yunxiao. While listening to the woman's account, Han Li remained silent, contemplating. According to the woman's account, the enemies were only 7 or 8 cultivators at the qi condensation stage, which seemed nothing to worry about. He definitely had to help in this situation. Thinking of this, Han Li nodded and said, "Miss, please show us the way. We'll leave now." With that, Han Li flicked his sleeve, and a small white boat appeared in front of them, growing larger. "Everyone get on board. Saving lives is urgent. Although this artifact is small, it's very fast and can carry 4 or 5 people without any problem." Han Li stood at the front of the boat and said to the others. Chi Yunxiao and the young woman immediately jumped onto the boat at once. When the shopkeeper also wanted to come up, Chi Yunxiao stopped him and said, "Uncle Lin, your cultivation level is too low. It might be dangerous to go there. Just stay here. We'll be back as soon as we rescue the person." The shopkeeper hesitated when he heard this, but knowing that Chi Yunxiao was looking out for him, he reluctantly stayed behind. So, Han Li and the others drove the boat and turned into a white light, disappearing into the distance. The divine wind boat flew southward at full speed. Under Han Li's full control, its speed was so fast that both Chi Yunxiao and the young woman were stunned, and in no time, they arrived over the forest where the formation was being besieged. At this time, on one side of the forest, the 7 or 8 people hadn't left yet, directing various magical treasures to attack nonstop. It seemed that the thin layer of blue light covering the forest was in imminent danger of being weakened. Seeing this, Chi Yunxiao's eyes turned red, and he was about to jump down immediately, but he was pulled back by Han Li, who said calmly, "Don't rush. These people are using excellent magical treasures. It seems that they should be from a certain cultivation family. Since they know that this young lady is a formation master, even if they repel them this time, they will probably continue to harass her in the future. It's better if I help you eliminate them all at once." Chi Yunxiao, angered by the thought of these people continuing to harass them, nodded involuntarily. Seeing this, Han Li smiled faintly, then looked down at the several cultivators who were still unaware below, his eyes flashing with cold light. He raised both hands simultaneously, and suddenly 2 black lights and 6 golden lights shot out. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the cultivators. Then, in the frightened eyes of these cultivators, Han Li simply circled around them, and they all fell to the ground without even activating their protective shields, all killed by Han Li in an instant. Chi Yunxiao and the maid were shocked to see this scene. Although they knew that cultivators at the Qi condensation stage were definitely not opponents of Foundation establishment cultivators, they never expected Han Li to kill several people so easily. After all, the highest cultivation among these people was only at the 11th or 12th level of basic cultivation, and Qi Yunxiao himself was only at the 9th level. Han Li ignored the awe in their eyes and descended with the boat. Before the divine wind boat had fully landed, Qi Yunxiao couldn't wait to jump out first and rush towards the forest, nervously shouting, "Yinner, are you okay? The enemies have been wiped out. You can come out now." Han Li glanced at Qi Yunxiao's figure disappearing into the woods with a smile on his face. Although he didn't have much experience in romantic relationships, he could tell at a glance that Qi Yunxiao's relationship with this woman proficient in formations was definitely not ordinary friendship. Most likely, it involved a romantic entanglement. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so nervous. The maid, equally anxious, followed him. After waiting calmly outside the woods for a while, Han Li saw Qi Yunxiao and the pretty maid walk out of the woods with a cheerful blue-clothed woman heading towards him. Han Li didn't hesitate to take a good look at the blue-clothed woman as she approached. Of medium build, with a petite nose and clear eyes like water, she smiled faintly after meeting Han Li's gaze. It seemed that Qi Yunxiao had already told her his identity. To be honest, the woman's facial features were not particularly outstanding, even slightly inferior to the pretty maid. However, her elegant and graceful demeanor, along with her speaking eyes, compensated for any shortcomings in her appearance. Anyone who saw her would not find her mediocre, but rather stunning. They wouldn't even consider comparing her to the maid beside her. But after seeing the woman's extraordinary charm, Han Li couldn't help but feel a headache. He didn't need to guess to know that this woman was definitely clever and intelligent, far beyond ordinary people. Dealing with her would be extremely difficult, unlike negotiating with Qi Yunxiao. It would be challenging to keep everything under control. Many thanks to Senior for coming to the rescue. I am Xin Ryan, deeply grateful. The blue-clothed woman, Xin Ryan, gracefully approached Han Li and expressed her gratitude sincerely. "Miss Xin, there's no need for formalities. It was just a small effort on my part. However, let's hurry back. These people may have some background. If their elders are nearby, it could be troublesome." Han Li waved his hand and urged them politely to leave. Chi Yung Sao, hearing Han Li's words, nodded in agreement. "Yes, Yinner. We should leave this place quickly. It's still too dangerous here." Ever since Chi Yung Sao saw Xin Ryan, his eyes had never left her delicate face, becoming even more affectionate towards her. It made Han Li feel a bit nauseated. Xin Ryan's face blushed slightly, and two blushes rose on her face. She glanced hesitantly at Chi Yung Sao by her side, then hesitated for a moment before agreeing with a slight smile. "All right, let's go now. But what about these corpses?" Xin Ryan glanced at the corpses, still wanting to say something. "It's easy to deal with them. We'll just burn them on the spot," Han Li said nonchalantly. Then with a flick of his right hand, 7 or 8 fist-sized fireballs shot out, instantly turning the corpses into ashes, leaving only storage bags on the ground. Xin Ryan's face changed slightly at Han Li's proficient method of destroying the bodies, feeling a bit chilled. But she wasn't an ordinary weak woman. She quickly regained her composure and acted as if nothing had happened, chatting with Chi Yung Sao for a few moments. "These storage bags contain nothing useful to me. If this young lady doesn't mind, feel free to take them to avoid leaving any traces." Han Li turned to the pretty maid standing beside Xin Ryan and said gently, "Senior, are you really giving them to me?" The maid, upon hearing Han Li's words, was overjoyed and couldn't help but ask again in disbelief. When she saw Han Li smile and nod affirmatively, she immediately thanked him and happily ran over to pick up the storage bags. For her, this was definitely an unexpected windfall. Xin Ryan was slightly stunned to see this scene, but then she showed a calm expression and politely thanked Han Li before boarding the flying artifact with Chi Yung Sao. When the excited maid also boarded the artifact with a large pile of storage bags, Han Li's figure flickered, and he finally boarded the artifact, controlling it to fly into the sky. During the journey back, Xin Ryan suggested inviting Han Li and Chi Yung Sao to sit down at her place to formally express her gratitude. Chi Yung Sao, eager to get close to his longtime crush, immediately agreed without any hesitation. Han Li, seeing this as a good opportunity to bring up the matter of repairing the teleportation formation, remained silent, tacitly agreeing. So, under Han Li's control, the flying artifact turned and flew towards the northwest. After several hours, guided by Xin Ryan, Han Li and the others landed on a seemingly inconspicuous small mountain. Apart from the faint mist surrounding it, Han Li didn't notice anything unusual about the mountain. It seemed like any other nameless small mountain, very ordinary. But Han Li was well aware that as the residence of a formation master, there must be some defense measures nearby. There were likely formidable formations set up. However, Due to his limited knowledge of formations, he couldn't detect anything unusual. Still, he dared not underestimate the situation. Led by the blue-clothed woman, Han Li and the others stopped in front of a bamboo house halfway up the mountain. This was Xin Ryan's residence. Xin Ryan invited Han Li and Chi Yunxiao to rest in a larger bamboo house, while she and the maid went to another house to freshen up and change clothes. After all the running around, both women's clothes were covered in dust, which was unbearable for them, as they naturally preferred cleanliness. Hanley sat on a bamboo chair, watching Chi Yunxiao's restless behavior with interest. Chi Yunxiao would occasionally walk to the door and look outside, seeming unable to bear being separated for even a moment, displaying an expression of infatuation. Finding this amusing, Han Li couldn't help but smirk slightly, showing a somewhat ambiguous expression, which happened to be seen by Chi Yunxiao when he turned around. Chi Yunxiao's face turned red instantly, and he mumbled a few excuses before sitting back down, feeling embarrassed. "Fair lady, gentleman's good mate, this is a perfectly legitimate affair. Why worry about it, friend Chi?" Han Li lightly sipped the top-grade spirit tea on the table, smiling casually, and said calmly, "Senior, it's not. I didn't." Chi Yunxiao became even more flustered. Just then, the pretty maid came in, finally relieving Chi Yunxiao. Soon after, Xin Ryan also changed into a white dress, her beauty shining like a snow lotus, dazzling to behold. This time, thanks to Senior Han and Brother Chi for coming to the rescue, Ryan will remember this kindness. Please allow this humble woman to serve tea instead of wine and offer a cup to the two of you to express my gratitude. After entering the room, Xin Ryan gracefully received 2 cups of tea from the maid beside her and respectfully offered them to Han Li and Chi Yunxiao. After receiving the tea, Han Li couldn't help but smile wryly. He sighed inwardly. This woman is really something. She speaks so elegantly, though she hasn't promised anything. No one can find fault with her. But for Han Li, she's just adding another layer of caution. Chi Yunxiao, seeing his beloved serving him tea, was already too happy to know which way was up. After drinking a cup of tea, he didn't taste anything, just grinned foolishly. Seeing Chi Yunxiao's expression, Xin Ryan felt a headache coming on and had no choice but to turn her head to chat with Han Li. She wanted to indirectly probe Han Li's identity to see if he belonged to any major sect or clan. After all, a Foundation establishment cultivator like him must have some background. Of course, Han Li wouldn't naively reveal his bottom line. Instead, he deliberately beat around the bush with Xin Ryan. After a round of conversation, Xin Ryan failed to get any useful information. Frustrated after probing for a while, she became even more cautious of Han Li. For Xin Ryan, even though Han Li had helped her greatly, it didn't necessarily mean that he didn't have the same intentions as those people. To be safe, she naturally had to be extra cautious and careful. "Senior Han, I promised you earlier that as long as you save Ryan, I will give you the formation flags and plates I refined before. I happen to have a few sets with me now. Senior, please take a look and see if you're satisfied. Chi Yunxiao finally woke up from his infatuation and said something unexpected to Han Li. This surprised Han Li, but he was also delighted. Finally, he could bring up the matter he cared about the most. Upon hearing this, Xin Ryan was first shocked, but then she expressed her gratitude to Chi Yunxiao with a smile, making Chi Yunxiao happily smile again. Let's not rush about the formation flags and plates for now. Actually, I have another matter that I would like to ask Miss Xin for help with. As long as Miss Xin helps me solve this matter, there's no need to mention any reward. Instead, I can give Miss Xin an 800-year-old spirit herb for her illness. Han Li suddenly said something that surprised both of them. Senior is willing to give away the spirit herb. Chi Yunxiao stood up in excitement upon hearing this, his face full of joy and anticipation. Clearly, he was completely immersed in the excitement of his beloved having a chance to be cured with the spirit herb, with a strong hope of recovery. As the protagonist, Xin Ryan was initially excited as well. After all, this concerned her long-standing stubborn illness. However, after her expression changed several times, she hesitated and said, biting her red lips, "Senior, what exactly do you need the juniors' help with? Just say it. As long as it's not something against morality and conscience, this little girl will definitely agree." When Xin Ryan said this, her clear eyes stared straight at Han Li, afraid that he would make demands she couldn't agree to. Seeing her cautious look, Han Li couldn't help but smile knowingly. It reminded him of his own cautiousness when he first embarked on the path of cultivation, afraid of making any missteps and losing his life. Xin Taoist friend, there's no need to be so nervous. I just want you to help me repair something related to formations. As long as the item can be restored, I will hand over the spiritual grass with both hands. Han Li said calmly afterward, without avoiding her gaze, appearing open-minded. Upon hearing this, Xin Ryan was somewhat skeptical. But she still breathed a sigh of relief and said with a relaxed tone, "If it's just repairing an item, then there's no problem. I will do my best to restore it, so please rest assured, Senior." Although this woman's expression had been lukewarm, her sudden bright smile and charming demeanor left Han Li somewhat stunned, momentarily lost in thought. Not to mention Chi Yunxiao, who had been infatuated with her for many years, became even more mesmerized by her smile and couldn't help but be entranced again. Seeing the unusual look in Han Li's eyes, Xin Ryan couldn't help but blush, adding a few more hints of charm to her appearance. Only then did Han Li realize that he had been a bit out of line, quickly regaining his composure and continuing. To be honest, although I know that Taoist Zen must have a deep understanding of formations, I'm not sure if you can repair this item. The original item cannot be moved and is quite far away, so I copied it into a blueprint. I hope Taoist can discern some clues from the blueprint to repair it. As he spoke, Han Li took out a jade slip from his storage bag and handed it to her. Xin Ryan took the item and immediately immersed her consciousness into it, examining it with curiosity. The contents of the jade slip astonished her, and she exclaimed, "An ancient teleportation array." Upon hearing her exclamation, Han Li's last trace of worry vanished. The teleportation array was indeed ancient. Now, it remained to be seen whether this woman could repair it. Thinking like this, Han Li couldn't help but pay close attention to Xin Ryan's expression at this moment, fearing that she might show signs of difficulty. And when Qi Yunxiao heard the words ancient teleportation array, he also showed a surprised expression, his eyes filled with astonishment. After a stick of incense's worth of time, Xin Ryan breathed a sigh of relief, finally withdrawing her consciousness from the jade slip. Then, after pondering for a moment, she raised her head and said seriously to Han Li, "This is indeed a genuine ancient teleportation array. Originally, with my level of proficiency, I wouldn't be able to repair a completely destroyed ancient teleportation array. However, the damage to this teleportation array is minimal. Only a small corner of it is damaged. And coincidentally, this part of the formation is one of the few ancient formations I have studied. So it seems that there is still hope to restore this ancient teleportation array." As Xin Ryan finished speaking, a look of joy appeared on her face. Upon hearing this, Han Li naturally felt overjoyed, but the next words from her dealt him quite a blow. However, this kind of ancient formation is not commonly used, and my research on it is not very deep. Therefore, Senior will need to give me some time to completely repair the teleportation array blueprint in the jade slip. Xin Ryan continued, with a somewhat embarrassed expression on her face. "Of course, but how long do you estimate it will take, Xin Taoist friend? I'll come back then." After thinking for a moment, Han Li readily agreed. "About half a year should be enough. After all, I've studied it for some time before." Xin Ryan replied without hesitation, indicating that she had already estimated it herself. "All right, I'll come to collect the repaired blueprint in half a year. I hope Miss Xin won't disappoint me." Han Li smiled and nodded in agreement. And so, Han Li officially entrusted the task of repairing the ancient teleportation array to Xin Ryan, the female formation master. After chatting with Qi Yunxiao and the others for another afternoon, he bid farewell. Before leaving, Han Li reminded them to be careful and suggested that they change their place of residence. After all, those killed cultivators would definitely have people coming to investigate the murderer, and it would be too easy for them to be exposed in the nearby area. After Han Li said this, Qi Yunxiao and Xin Ryan exchanged a glance, both showing a hesitant expression. In the end, they didn't express agreement or disagreement with Han Li's suggestion. Although Han Li found it somewhat strange and worrying, he didn't say anything more, and he flew away from the place with his magical weapon, heading towards the country of Yue. In the country of Yue, there was a capital city, the famous Yue Jiang. Not only was it the largest city in Yue, but it also happened to be located in the very center of Yue, with connections everywhere, serving as the economic and cultural exchange center of the entire country. Within the city, every inch of land was valuable. Not only were the prices of houses several times higher than in ordinary cities, but even if someone were willing to pay a higher price, no one would be willing to sell. After all, living in Uajing itself was a symbol of status. The entire Uajing city was divided into 4 regions: East, West, South, and North. The North District was where the imperial palace was located, and naturally, people outside the royal family were not allowed to live there. Correspondingly, the South District was where officials and dignitaries lived, all of whom held official positions in the court. If a family no longer held any official positions in the court, they would have to move out of this district. In Uajing City, contrasting sharply with the South District is the West District. While the West District consists of simple and uneven flat houses, inhabited by laborers, small traders, and the like, the East District, on the other hand, is home to wealthy merchants and large households. Though unable to live in the South District due to the lack of official positions, these families spare no expense in building magnificent estates, striving to outshine others nearby. Some estates in the East District are so grand that they deter any thoughts of comparison. Not only do they surpass others in size and opulence, but the families residing within are also immensely wealthy merchants. One such super estate situated in a corner of the East District is the Chin residence, belonging to a prominent family. Covering dozens of acres, the estate's size leaves anyone familiar with real estate prices in awe. The Chin family is not only wealthy enough to rival a nation, but also monopolizes a quarter of UA's copper mining business. Rumor has it that their patriarch holds considerable influence in the court, with high-ranking officials advocating for them. With such a prestigious background, the Chin family's servants exude confidence, speaking louder than those from other estates. Chin Gui, the gatekeeper of the Chin residence, thinks as such. Every time someone comes to visit the master of the house, regardless of their background or official status, they treat Chin Gui with utmost respect, fearing to offend even slightly. Over time, Chin Gui begins to feel as though he himself is a person of importance. Thus, whenever someone brings a letter to see a member of the Chin family, some form of tribute is usually given. Otherwise, Chin Gui might delay delivering the message for 3 or 4 days before relaying it. However, when it comes to individuals of high status, Chin Gui remains respectful and dutiful, showing the demeanor of a loyal servant. He is particularly attentive to the young masters and misses who frequent the residence, going out of his way to assist them. Surprisingly, this approach earns him the satisfaction of many of the masters. There are even rumors that he might soon be promoted to handle external affairs, overseeing business transactions elsewhere. Learning of this, Chin Gui feels even more pleased, feeling a spring in his step these days. Currently, Chin Gui, having brought out a long bench, lies lazily in the shade at the entrance. Early this morning, The master of the house went out for business negotiations, while several young masters and misses, along with other young gentlemen, went to visit the nearby Changshan temple. Now, apart from a few ladies, only the widowed Miss Qin remains in the estate. This allows Qin Gui to catch his breath and relax. Just as Qin Gui starts to feel drowsy from the cool breeze, he suddenly hears a timid voice in front of him. "Excuse me, is this the Qin residence?" Startled from his half-slumber, Qin Gui feels uncomfortable and blurts out angrily without opening his eyes, "Why the loud calling? Who's crying? Can't you see your master just laid down?" Only after saying this does Qin Gui reluctantly open his eyes, his face contorted with annoyance. His irritation stems from the perceived insignificance of the young man's voice, leading him to believe that the visitor is of low status. Upon closer inspection, Qin Gui sees a young man in his mid-20s, dressed plainly, emitting an air of rusticity. It's clear he's a country bumpkin who's just arrived in the city. Feeling more assured, Qin Gui sits up and launches into a tirade, assuming the visitor is insignificant. Finally getting a clear look at the person before him, Qin Gui, with a smug expression, delivers a lengthy scolding, his words spraying everywhere. Even after a good portion of time has passed, he shows no signs of stopping. The rustic young man, seemingly dumbfounded by the scolding, stands there with a bewildered expression, at a loss for words, only able to listen meekly to Qin Gui's reprimand. After a while, Qin Gui finishes his tirade, spittle flying everywhere. At this point, the rustic young man seems to recover from his daze and tentatively explains. "I'm not here for work. Qin Yan is my uncle, and I was asked by my family to deliver this letter to Uncle Qin." "What? Your uncle is our master." This revelation startles Qin Gui, causing him to spit out the tea he had just sipped, his face turning pale as he asks in disbelief. "I didn't know about it, but my family told me to call him Uncle Qin." The young man scratches his head, looking embarrassed. This time, Qin Gui dares not mock the visitor anymore. If this person is indeed related to their master, Qin Gui knows he can't afford to offend him. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously asks, "May I take a look at the letter?" "Don't worry, I'll only check the envelope and won't open it." Surprisingly, the young man agrees and hands over the crumpled letter, muttering, originally, "I wanted to deliver this to you to help pass it to Uncle Qin." Taking the wrinkled letter, Qin Gui quickly scans it. Although most servants cannot read, Qin Gui attended a private school for half a year as a child, allowing him to recognize characters. This is why he ended up with the coveted job of gatekeeper. Message for Qin Yan's nephew. The bold characters on the envelope make Qin Gui's heart race. It seems to be from a senior member of the family. Thinking this, Qin Gui's expression changes immediately. Straining to muster a smile, he turns to the young man and says, "Sir, our master is not here, but several ladies are inside. Would you like me to pass this letter to one of them?" Qin Gui's attitude changes drastically, Even his address elevates instantly. No, the letter must be opened by Uncle Chin himself. The young man hesitates for a moment, then firmly shakes his head. Very well, let me go report to the ladies first to see how they wish to respond to you. Please wait here. Chin Gui doesn't dare let the young man leave easily. If something important happens and he delays it, he'll be in big trouble. But if he hands it over to the ladies, it's no longer his concern. Chin Gui has learned a few tricks after years of being a servant. This time, the young man agrees. Relieved, Chin Gui quickly instructs a passing servant to watch the young man temporarily and hurries into the house. Encountering other servants on the way, Chin Gui's hurried appearance surprises them. Chin Gui rushes to the backyard and exchanges a few words with a maid watching over the yard before returning to the gate to wait for a response. As soon as Chin Gui arrives at the gate, he exchanges a few pleasantries with the young man, who appears covered in dirt. Shortly after, a well-dressed maid hurries over. Approaching them, she curiously glances at the rustic young man before dictating a message from a certain lady. She instructs the young man to rest in a nearby guest room and wait for the master to return to verify his identity. After all, there are many members of the Chin family, and it's possible that a distant relative has come to visit. With the matter now being handled by someone above him, Chin Gui relaxes and continues to guard the gate. The maid leads the young man to a guest room after giving him instructions. On the way, many people catch sight of the young man's rustic appearance, causing him to feel uneasy. He lowers his head and follows the maid in silence. Observing this, the maid chuckles and glances back at the man, finding him quite amusing. After settling the young man in a guest room, the maid playfully instructs him not to wander and goes back to report. As soon as the maid leaves the room, the young man, who initially appeared clumsy, straightens up. The foolish look vanishes from his eyes, replaced by a casual air of detachment. He emits an aura of ease, completely shedding his rustic demeanor. I never thought the Chin family would be so famous. It seems the practitioners of the demonic path won't overlook such an obvious target. The young man furrows his brow and mutters to himself as he looks in the direction of the courtyard. He is none other than Han Li, who has rushed to Jiang City after a strenuous journey. His task is to protect the Qin residents, as requested by Li Hueyuan. However, Han Li can't help but feel vexed when he recalls the identity Li Hueyuan assigned him in the letter. Surprisingly, Li Hueyuan instructed him to pose as a distant relative of the Qin family, a poor cousin from the countryside. This way, he can blend in and stay at the Qin residence without arousing suspicion. Although Han Li is not pleased with this identity, he finds it effortless to adopt. After all, he grew up as a genuine countryside child and knows exactly how to act and speak to appear authentic. After closing the door, Han Li sits on the bed and begins to meditate, hoping to make some progress in his cultivation during his time at the Qin residence. Unknowingly, After completing a major cultivation cycle, it's already dusk. At this moment, someone knocks on the door. Han Li perks up, immediately suppressing any trace of spiritual energy and reverting to his rustic appearance. Opening the door, he finds a servant dressed in livery standing outside. Our master has returned to the residence. Madam requests your presence. Come with me. The servant doesn't mince words and leads the way, showing no regard for Han Li. This isn't surprising. This servant is different from Qin Gui. As a trusted aide to a certain lady, he's seen many Qin family distant relatives coming to the residence every year, so he doesn't take Han Li seriously. In his opinion, the master will likely entertain this country bumpkin briefly and send him away with some silver coins. There's no need for him to stay in the residence for long. Han Li obediently agrees and follows the servant out of the guest room, heading straight to the Qin residence's main hall. Inside the hall, a dignified woman in her 40s, elegant and noble, is discussing Han Li's matter with Qin Yan, the head of the Qin family. Since he dares to come with a letter, it's unlikely to be a forgery. It seems some elder from a certain family has sent someone to us. Let's see what they want. If it's not too much trouble, let's try to accommodate them as much as possible. We mustn't tarnish our family's reputation within the clan. We can't afford to be seen as disdainful of the less fortunate. Qin Yan, around 50 years old, looks youthful due to his good maintenance, appearing no older than 40. After sipping a mouthful of bird's nest tea and clearing his throat, he speaks slowly. Mister, I understand. Our family indeed doesn't lack such a small amount of silver, but our reputation mustn't be tarnished. The woman across from him said with a smile, completely embodying the demeanor of a virtuous wife. Seeing this, Qin Yan became even more satisfied. This third madam has been with him for so many years, yet her considerate and delicate thoughts have not diminished in the slightest, which makes him even more reassured. Even when he usually goes out for matters, he entrusts all the affairs of the Qin residence to her, and every time she handles them extremely well, making him very pleased. Mister, I've already sent someone to summon this person. After my husband meets him, let me handle such trivial matters. The woman continued gently after Qin Yan. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan smiled slightly, just about to say something when a servant's report came from outside the room. Mister, Qin Ping has brought the guest. Should we summon him now? Tell Qin Ping to bring the person in. After Qin Yan gave the order, he closed his mouth, smiling apologetically at the third madam. As you command. The servant responded and remained silent. Outside the living room, Qin Ping and a silly-looking young man walked in. As the young man walked, he looked around the living room with curiosity, seemingly curious about everything in the room. When the two arrived in the hall, Qin Ping reported and automatically retreated outside the hall. Only the young man remained, looking somewhat uneasy facing Qin Yan and his wife. Seeing the young man's awkward appearance, Qin Yan and the third madam couldn't help but smile at each other, Then Chin Yan coughed lightly and said to the young man with a friendly smile, "I heard that the young man has a letter from a senior member of the Chin family. I wonder if this is true. Can you let me take a look at the letter?" The young man, who was Han Li, looked at the head of the Chin family and hesitated, seeming somewhat uncertain, as if he was asking, "Are you really Uncle Chin? My grandfather said that I can only give the letter to Uncle Chin in person." After hearing Han Li's words, the third madam was slightly surprised and almost couldn't help but laugh. Who would dare to impersonate the head of the Chin family in the reception hall of the Chin residence? This young man's question was really interesting. Chin Yan was also taken aback when he heard this, showing a helpless expression. He had no choice but to say again, "I am indeed the genuine master of the Chin residence, but whether you are the nephew of Uncle Chin, we need to confirm after seeing the letter." Seeing Chin Yan's embarrassed appearance, the third madam beside him found it even more interesting. She never expected that the well-known head of the Chin family in Yue Jiang City would be doubted by a rustic young man, truly a rare sight. After hearing Chin Yan's words, Han Li's face finally showed an expression of uncertainty. After hesitating for a while, he reluctantly took out the crumpled letter that was almost turned into waste paper and handed it to Chin Yan. Feeling impatient, Chin Yan resisted the urge to snatch the letter away and instead skillfully opened it and took out the letter paper to read it carefully. Seeing this, the third madam smiled kindly at Han Li and reached for the teacup in front of her, intending to take a sip. But before she could pick it up, Chin Yan, who was reading the letter, suddenly stood up with a look of extreme surprise on his face. "Master, what's wrong? Is the letter fake?" The third madam, who was surprised, quickly put down the teacup and asked with concern, looking extremely worried. "No, the letter is indeed real, and it's from a senior member who has done me a great favor." Chin Yan's expression returned to normal in an instant, and he said calmly. Then he cast a meaningful glance at his beloved wife, and then carefully examined Han Li again. "Are you called Han Li?" Chin Yan tentatively asked. Although his tone remained the same as before, the third madam beside him vaguely sensed that something was wrong. At this moment, while the woman was still suspicious, Han Li nodded firmly and said, "Yes, I am Han Li. According to what my grandfather said, can I stay here?" He, of course you can. I once met Granduncle Hueyuan with my father when I was a child. I never thought I would meet his descendants today. I will treat you as my own nephew." Chin Yan suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his voice loud enough for the nearby servants to exchange puzzled glances, not knowing why their master was so happy in the living room. "Come, accompany me to a side hall and tell me about Granduncle Hueyuan's recent situation. No one else is allowed to follow. I want to have a good chat with Nephew Han." Chin Yan grabbed Han Li's arm and said enthusiastically. Then he dragged Han Li towards the side door and stopped the third madam from following. This made the third madam, who was already surprised, even more confused. She could only watch as Master Qin and Han Li went out from the side door, not daring to follow without permission. At this moment, she was full of doubts. Han Li followed Qin Yan to a secluded side hall. Without saying a word, he turned a decorative ancient vase in the hall, and a secret room appeared out of nowhere on the wall. Seeing this, Qin Yan walked in without hesitation. Han Li smiled and followed. The secret room was not large, but it was fully equipped. There were not only tables and chairs, but also a bookshelf made of sandalwood in the room, which looked exceptionally exquisite. Since you are the one sent by Master Li, you must be a cultivator too, right? I was a bit offensive just now. Master Han, please don't take it to heart. Qin Yan apologized respectfully after closing the door of the secret chamber. No worries, ignorance is forgivable. Besides, this play must go on, Han Li replied casually, taking a seat at the table. At this moment, he regained his former relaxed demeanor. Qin Yan knew all too well what cultivators were like. They were practically living immortals. Moreover, without the support of Master Li, their Qin family wouldn't have achieved its current status. Out of respect and gratitude, Qin Yan dared not show any disrespect. Master Qin, please have a seat. You needn't be so formal. In your words, Master Li is actually my master, so I'm not a stranger to the Qin family, Han Li said with a smile. I dare not. I am just an ordinary person. How could I dare to be disrespectful to a cultivator? I'll just stand here and listen to Master Han's orders. Qin Yan repeatedly waved his hand, refusing to sit down. This made Han Li ponder for a moment before deciding not to insist further. Master Han, may I ask what brings you here? Master Li's letter only mentioned your identity, but didn't specify the reason. Could you enlighten me? Qin Yan cautiously asked the most pressing question on his mind. According to his father's dying instructions, Master Li, who had greatly benefited the Qin family, would only appear or send help when the family faced insurmountable danger. Was the Qin family about to face another crisis? After a momentary hesitation at the sight of Qin Yan's anxious expression, Han Li carefully explained the situation in a way that an ordinary person could understand, gradually revealing the possibility of the 6 sects of demons making a move against the Qin family. This left the Qin family's patriarch in shock. After a while, Qin Yan hesitantly asked, "So, you mean to say that cultivators from another country are targeting us ordinary people? What should we do?" The head of the Qin family looked utterly lost. With a faint smile, Han Li calmly reassured him, "Master Qin, don't worry. The cultivators infiltrating the Yue kingdom this time won't be too powerful. With me guarding the Qin mansion, they won't succeed easily." After more than an hour, Han Li, along with Qin Yan, emerged from the secret chamber, once again assuming the appearance of a country bumpkin. Back in the living room, the patriarch of the Qin family, in front of his 3 wives, immediately instructed someone to tidy up a clean place in the rear courtyard for Han Li to stay permanently at the Qin mansion. On the surface, the reason was noble. The patriarch wanted to nurture this junior to repay the great favor his ancestors had bestowed upon him. Upon seeing this, the third wife opened her mouth but refrained from voicing any objections. Being shrewd, she could tell that Qin Yan had already made up his mind and wouldn't tolerate any opposition. Moreover, she felt there was definitely some secret between this Han nephew and her husband. However, since Qin Yan hadn't shared the details with her, she naturally wouldn't do anything to risk falling out of favor. However, she couldn't help but speculate wildly. Could it be that her husband had fathered a child outside when he was young? Otherwise, why would he show such disappointment when reading the letter and then suddenly become so enthusiastic? This overly astute third wife felt increasingly uneasy. Yet, she maintained a calm expression on her face and became even more cordial towards Han Li. With repeated instructions from Patriarch Qin, Han Li followed Qin Ping out of the hall once again to inspect the lodging's satisfaction. This time, Qin Ping's expression was no longer as rigid as before. Instead, he wore a smile and kept addressing Han Li as young Master Han. He conveniently chose to forget his previous coldness towards Han Li. Although Han Li appeared flattered on the surface, inwardly, he couldn't help but sigh at the remarkable skill of these ordinary people in manipulating situations. Their seamless transition from arrogance to humility showed either a thick skin or a habit of behaving this way. Qin Ping, then, led Han Li along the paths of the rear courtyard, arriving at a secluded courtyard. The surroundings were elegant and exquisite, exceptionally tranquil, which made Han Li nod in approval, finding it very much to his liking. It seemed that Qin Yan had put some effort into selecting a good place for him to stay. Young Master Han, this is your residence. This is the best courtyard in the Qin mansion. Normally, if it weren't for the esteemed guests favored by the patriarch, no one would be allowed to stay here. Qin Ping explained fawningly as he led Han Li into the courtyard. Han Li scratched his head, grinning foolishly, seemingly at a loss for words. Qin Ping tactfully skipped over this and changed the subject. Young Master Han, I suppose you haven't had dinner yet. I'll have the kitchen bring you some food. Please wait a moment. With these words, Qin Ping respectfully backed out of the courtyard and left. Seeing the man gradually leaving, Han Li smiled faintly, then turned and pushed open the door. The rooms were arranged in a manner that matched the surroundings, exuding elegance and refinement. After a brief tour, Han Li felt increasingly satisfied, unable to help but wonder who had arranged this place. Qin Ping was indeed quick on his feet. In no time, a maid arrived carrying a large bamboo box of food. The aroma of the food tempted Han Li, who had been fasting for several years. He unabashedly devoured all the exquisite dishes and a bowl of rice. Seeing the leftovers, Qin Ping, who came later, naturally found it amusing. However, he maintained a respectful demeanor on the surface and invited Han Li to the hall once again. The patriarch wanted to introduce Han Li to the people of the Qin mansion. As Han Li walked into the hall for the second time, it was no longer just Qin Yan and the third wife present. There were about 20 to 30 men and women standing and sitting inside. As Qin Yan warmly invited Han Li to sit next to him, the older people in the hall, aside from looking somewhat surprised, didn't react too strongly. However, the younger Qin family girls and boys couldn't contain their curiosity. One of the more favored young men stood up and asked somewhat discontentedly, "Grandpa, who is this gentleman? We siblings have never seen him before. Did you gather us just for him?" Naturally, Qin Yan sensed the dissatisfaction of his grandson, but he didn't give him a good expression. Instead, he glared at him and sternly said, "Step back. Do you have the right to speak here? What this person and that person? This is Han Li, Han nephew, whose ancestors have rendered great favors to our Qin family. No one is allowed to be disrespectful to him." Qin Yan's words immediately caused a stir among the people in the hall, except for the third wife. All kinds of speculations and curious glances were directed at Han Li. Meanwhile, Han Li appeared appropriately uneasy, fidgeting as if there were needles under his buttocks. As for the young Qin family grandson, his face alternated between red and white as he silently stepped back. He never expected that Qin Yan, who usually doted on him, would be so ruthless today. Being embarrassed in front of so many siblings was a great loss of face. After this incident, this young man naturally wouldn't have any goodwill towards Han Li. Of course, he wouldn't be so naive as to do anything unfriendly to Han Li after Qin Yan had spoken. After all, it seemed that this country bumpkin held an important position in his grandfather's heart, and he didn't want to lose Qin Yan's favor because of this. With this example of someone stepping forward, the others naturally wouldn't make any hostile moves towards Han Li anymore. Instead, they mostly looked at Han Li with kindness after locking eyes with him. At this point, Qin Yan smiled and began introducing the people in the hall to Han Li. "This is my eldest son, Qin Zhai, who now manages all the business in Yuejing for me. He has a good head on his shoulders. And this is my second son." As Han Li nodded absent-mindedly, he secretly remembered each person Qin Yan introduced. These were the people he had to protect. However, Qin Yan was indeed prolific. He had 5 sons and 3 daughters, and he also had several grandchildren. Both the eldest and second sons were in their 30s and already had families. The one who had questioned earlier was the second son's second son. It was quite amusing that Qin Yan's youngest son was only 5 or 6 years old, a little brat who sucked his fingers. Thinking about it, having a teenager in his late teens call this sniffling child Uncle 5 was quite amusing. As for Qin Yan's wives, aside from the third wife he had seen in the morning, there was a second wife in her 40s and several younger concubines. Qin Yan's primary wife, however, was not present in the hall. Qin Yan said she was now fasting and praying, rarely coming out to see people. In addition, there were 2 men in their 40s who were Qin Yan's second and third younger brothers. They each managed a portion of the Qin family's business and were also important figures in the Qin mansion. Of course, they also had several children in the hall, but Han Li only noted their names and didn't bother to pay more attention. After all, he had limited energy and could only focus on protecting the members of Qin Yan's main branch. So, where's Miss Byro? After introducing everyone in the hall, Qin Yan suddenly realized that one person was missing and couldn't help, but ask the third wife beside him. Master, Miss Byro feels that as a widow, she is not suitable to meet outsiders, so she didn't come. Do you still want me to call her over? The third wife said softly, with some hesitation on her face. It's okay. Han nephew is not an outsider. Let's meet her. Qin Yan said with a slight O after hearing this, then thought for a moment before saying, Understood, Master. Xiaolian, hurry and call Miss Byro, and tell her it's Master who asked her to come. The third wife instructed the little maid, standing behind her in a low voice. Yes, madam. The little maid, who had once guided Han Li, immediately cleverly ran out through the side door. At this time, Qin Yan turned around and explained to Han Li in a low voice. There's one more person who didn't come. My primary wife rescued her from the river during a provincial visit 7 or 8 years ago. This young woman was extremely pitiful, not only losing her memory due to a head injury, but also covered in scars all over her body. My wife, being kind-hearted, healed her, and seeing that she had no home to return to, let her brother-in-law adopt her as his daughter, giving her a place to stay. However, this woman is also unfortunate. Although she got married under the matchmaking of her adoptive father, her fiancé accidentally fell into the river due to drunkenness just 3 days after their marriage. Logically speaking, this young woman could remarry due to her young age. However, she is a chaste woman who chose to remain widowed for her husband, whom she cohabited with for only 3 days. This became a local legend and brought a lot of face to my wife's family. Later, her adoptive father passed away. My wife saw her living alone in an empty house and took her here to accompany her and to comfort her. Qin Yan sighed as he spoke, full of emotion. When Han Li heard Qin Yan's words, although he pretended to be surprised on the surface, he was actually quite indifferent. He felt that most likely this was another case of a poor woman being poisoned by stories like the virtuous woman's heroic story. As soon as the young masters in the hall heard that Miss Byro was coming, they immediately started whispering excitedly, their eyes filled with anticipation. This surprised Han Li a little, but he quickly realized that Miss Byro was probably exceptionally beautiful. Just as Han Li was thinking about this, a maid and a woman dressed plainly as a young widow walked into the hall. Although this woman had delicate features and a quiet demeanor, there was an indescribable charm emanating from her. Her alluring demeanor made most of the men in the hall want to hold her in their arms and cherish her. As for the young boys, their eyes widened, all staring intently. It seemed that these young masters of the Qin family had long been infatuated with Miss Byro. However, when Han Li finally saw the woman's face clearly, a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. The foolishness on her face suddenly disappeared. Fortunately, Han Li quickly suppressed his emotions and regained his composure. Because this change happened in an instant, and everyone's attention was focused on the woman who had just entered the hall. Otherwise, Han Li would have almost revealed himself. But at this moment, Han Li's heart was like a turbulent sea, fluctuating unpredictably. This Miss Bio, although her appearance had changed somewhat from before, exuding a bit more of a widow's charm, from her spiritual eyes and oval-shaped, delicate face, Han Li immediately recognized this so-called Miss Bio as none other than Mo Fengwu, the second Miss of the Mo family, whom he had only seen a few times in the past, the delicate young girl who loved studying medicine. As Mo Fengwu entered the room, she blushed slightly at the attention, automatically lowering her head, and naturally didn't see Han Li sitting next to Qin Yan. Seeing the younger generation's lack of discipline, Qin Yan felt extremely annoyed. Cough, cough. His face darkened, and after a few coughs, the young men who had been entranced by Mo Fengwu's beauty finally seemed to wake up and composed themselves into a more respectful demeanor. They were afraid of offending the head of the family. Pinger, come sit here with your aunt. The third wife, with subtle intentions, preemptively called out, inviting Mo Fengwu to sit beside her. Pinger, don't always stay indoors. It will make you feel suffocated. It's better to come out and walk around more. Obviously, Qin Yan felt very sorry for Mo Fengwu and spoke very gently. Cough. Seeing this, Qin Yan sighed softly. Although his niece always obediently agreed on the surface, she would still continue her old ways after returning home. Qin Yan felt helpless about this. But then he remembered the main purpose and pointed to Han Li to introduce him to Mo Fengwu. Pinger, let me introduce you. This is Han Li, the descendant of a senior who owes your uncle a great favor. Come and say hello. Call him eldest brother Han from now on. Han Li was fully focused on Mo Fengwu's actions. When she heard the name Han Li, her body trembled slightly, and Han Li immediately understood. After a while, Mo Fengwu slowly raised her head, revealing her enchanting face. At this moment, her face was calm, and after a slight touch of her lips, a faint voice sounded. Hello, eldest brother Han. Mo Fengwu seemed to have really forgotten Han Li. When Han Li heard Mo Fengwu's greeting, as if stunned by her beauty, he stuttered for a moment before finally managing to say hello, eldest sister. This scene made the young men and women who saw it couldn't help but laugh. Qin Yan swept a cold glance around, and the room immediately quieted down. Han Li, on the other hand, still looked foolish, scratching his head, seemingly at a loss. The rest of the matter was much simpler. In front of many family members, Qin Yan announced coldly that from today onwards, Han Li would stay at the Qin mansion for a period of time. During this period, he would be one of the young masters of the Qin mansion, and no one was allowed to disrespect him, otherwise they would be severely punished. With these words, the people in the Qin mansion started to look at Han Li with strange eyes. At this point, not only the third wife, but also others began to speculate about the true relationship between Han Li and Qin Yan. At night, Han Li lay on the bed in his room, unable to sleep, staring straight at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. Knock, knock. 2 soft knocks came from outside the door. Since Han Li hadn't been sleeping anyway, he smirked slightly, a hint of mystery in his smile. He got up calmly and opened the door. Standing outside was a woman wearing a cloak and hood. As soon as she saw Han Li open the door, she lifted the front of her hood, revealing her delicate face. It was Mo Fengwu, whom Han Li had failed to recognize during the day. Seeing her, Han Li silently stepped aside, and Mo Fengwu walked in without hesitation. Han Li extended his senses outside the room, but didn't detect anyone nearby. It seemed that Mo Fengwu had been very careful when she came. After gently closing the door, Han Li turned around and saw Mo Fengwu quietly removing her cloak, revealing her alluring figure. Then, without any courtesy, she sat at the table and stared at Han Li with an expressionless face. Han Li sighed. Apart from her appearance, he found it difficult to connect the cold and charming young widow in front of him with the gentle girl he remembered. It seemed that over the years, Mo Fengwu must have experienced many things. Otherwise, she wouldn't have changed so much, making him feel like a stranger. Should I call you junior brother Han, or should I call you eldest brother Han? Mo Fengwu's eyes flashed with a hint of indiscernible emotion, speaking with a somewhat hoarse voice. Let's stick with Han Li, Miss Fengwu. Han Li regained his composure after calming his mind. Hearing Han Li's words, Mo Fengwu's face showed a subtle disappointment that was hard to detect, but then she relaxed and said, I don't know why senior brother Han, as a cultivator, is here at the Qin mansion, and I don't want to inquire about the secrets inside. I just want to ask senior brother Han, based on the master-disciple relationship you had with my father, to help me kill an enemy, okay? After saying this, Mo Fengwu, unable to maintain her indifferent expression, nervously looked at Han Li, afraid that he would refuse outright. Han Li remained calm, neither rejecting nor agreeing immediately. Instead, he picked up the freshly brewed pot of tea on the table and silently poured a cup for Mo Fengwu before slowly speaking, surprising her with his next words. Are you planning to ask me to kill the leader of the 5-colored sect? Han Li sat down opposite Mo Fengwu, speaking leisurely and calmly, looking directly into her surprised eyes. Mo Fengwu's surprise quickly faded. Her gaze was somewhat strange as she looked at Han Li, and after a while, she said with a bitter smile, It seems that senior brother Han already knows about the situation in the Mo family. It's really hard to hide anything from your eyes as cultivators. Although Mo Fengwu's words were light, Han Li could still sense a hint of resentment hidden within, and it seemed to be directed at him. After a moment of thought, Han Li understood why. So he smiled faintly and explained. It seems that Miss Fengwu has misunderstood. In any case, I still have some ties with the Mo family. If I really knew about the trouble facing the Mo family, I might not be able to do much else, but I can ensure that several senior sisters can retire safely and enjoy their later years. Han Li's tone became sincere as he spoke. He wasn't afraid of Mo Fengwu holding a grudge against him. It was just that he wouldn't bear this unjust blame without reason. Mo Fengwu listened to Han Li's words with just a hum, and her face returned to its indifferent expression. It was unclear whether this woman really believed his earlier explanation. Seeing this, Han Li frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then had no choice but to tell her the truth. Originally, he didn't want to reveal anything about the cultivator world to her. In fact, the information about the Mo family's incident was told to me by that girl Kei-Huan and fourth sister. What? You say Kei-Huan and fourth sister are alive? Mo Fengwu couldn't believe it, her white face showing a hint of excitement, and even a blush of excitement rose on her cheeks. Of course they're alive. They are currently living in a very secretive place, not bad at all, Han Li said softly. Han Li felt that it was somewhat unnecessary to tell Mo Fengwu about the disappearance of Mo Kei-Huan and her daughter. As long as Mo Fengwu knew that she still had family members alive, that would be enough. He estimated that she wouldn't bring up the topic of seeing Mo Kei-Huan and her daughter again, as everything had changed. Han Li briefly recounted his encounter with Mo Kei-Huan to Mo Fengwu, causing her to almost cry tears of joy. Mo Fengwu understood very well that, with Han Li's identity as a cultivator, there was no need for him to fabricate lies to deceive a weak woman like her. Most likely, he was being polite because of their brief encounter in the past. So, after a moment of silent prayer with her hands clasped together, Mo Fengwu regained her composure. However, when facing Han Li again, she was no longer as indifferent as before. Presumably, he understood that if it weren't for Han Li's assistance at Yanling Castle, the Yan family mother and daughter would still be in trouble. Although my younger sister and her daughter are safe, my eldest sister and several other aunts are still missing and are most likely in danger. Fengwu cannot let go of seeking revenge for them, but Fengwu is powerless. Junior brother Han will surely help me, won't you? As Mo Fengwu spoke, she revealed a very weak expression, with tears welling up in her bright eyes, as if on the verge of crying. Seeing this, Han Li rubbed his nose, feeling a headache and helpless. He had originally thought that Mo Fengwu would no longer be in such a hurry for revenge after learning about Mo Kei-Huan and her daughter's whereabouts. But he didn't expect Mo Fengwu, whom he hadn't seen for these years, to become so fixated on this matter. To be honest, if he were to eliminate a qi condensation cultivator, it would be much easier than to kill an influential figure among mortals for no reason. Since entering the Yellow Maple Valley, Han Li had learned that the entire Yue Kingdom and its more than 10 prefectures had been divided up by the 7 major sects and several large families. Every secular power in each prefecture would have cultivators secretly observing, and some were even supported by these sects. The reason why the Mo Manor and the dominating villa had not encountered cultivators before was because they were newly emerged forces. Otherwise, when Han Li assassinated Aoyang Feishan at the dominating villa, it wouldn't have been so easy and without repercussions. But the five-colored sect was different. This sect had risen more than 100 years ago, making it quite ancient. Moreover, Lan Prefecture was recognized as the territory of spiritual beast mountains by the 7 major sects, most likely with the shadow of the spiritual beast mountain behind it. That's why the Mo Manor suffered a disastrous defeat when they first came into contact with them. As a disciple of the Yellow Maple Valley, it wouldn't be easy to justify randomly killing an influential figure supported by another sect. However, recently, there had been disturbances from people of the demonic path infiltrating the Yue kingdom to cause chaos among the secular world. This was a good opportunity to muddy the waters. As long as he was careful, he shouldn't get into trouble. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li remained calm on the surface. After some consideration, he finally said to Mo Fengwu, "Fengwu, technically, I can't agree to this request. It would bring me a lot of trouble. But the situation in the cultivation world is a bit special lately, so I can't say there's no opportunity at all. How about this? If there's a chance in the future, I can try to eliminate the leader of the 5-colored sect. But if it's truly impossible, Fengwu, you should let go of your revenge." After hearing Han Li's words, Mo Fengwu couldn't help but cry tears of joy. Her charming appearance made Han Li momentarily lost in thought. When he first met Mo Fengwu, he truly felt a bit of affection for the gentle and charming second miss of the Mo Manor. Even now, the warm and pleasant feeling she gave him still lingered in his memory, making him often nostalgic. That should be considered his first experience of romantic feelings. And this small promise, even if it couldn't fulfill Mo Fengwu's desire for revenge, was a way for him to express his feelings to her. Thinking like this, Han Li maintained his composure on the surface. He intended to bury these feelings deep in his heart and never mention them to anyone else. Finally coming back to her senses from the joy of Han Li's promise, Mo Fengwu showed a grateful expression on her face. Without saying anything more, she approached Han Li and suddenly pressed her soft, fragrant lips against his cheek. Then, with some shyness and confusion, she said, "With younger brother Han's promise, even if I can't kill that person, Fengwu will be endlessly grateful." After saying this, the young woman quietly covered herself with her cloak and hurriedly left Han Li's room. Han Li touched the place on his face where he had been kissed, feeling somewhat strange. After a while, he propped his chin up with one hand and fell into deep thought for a long time. Early the next morning, Han Li woke up from his cultivation practice, sighing at the events of the previous night. If Mo Fengwu had spiritual roots, he would definitely bring her into the Yellow Maple Valley and become Tao companions to cultivate the great Tao together. With these thoughts in mind, he washed up and left his room. He planned to familiarize himself with the layout of the Qin mansion first, then consider other matters. However, to his surprise, as soon as he stepped out, he saw Qin Ping standing outside the courtyard with a smile. Before Han Li could express his surprise, Qin Ping quickly explained, "I have been ordered by the master to temporarily serve as the young master's personal attendant. If young master Han needs anything, just let me know." Qin Ping's expression, respectful but also excited, showed that he was very simple-minded. He saw Han Li, a young master from a small place, as having a high status in the master's eyes, which was enough to earn his favor. Moreover, if he could serve this young master well, he might even win the master's favor. Qin Ping thought this way, devising his own little plan, feeling contemptuous of those fools who had refused to serve this country bumpkin young master. He had long heard from the maids around the madam that this young master was most likely the master's illegitimate child. As long as the master was alive, could this young master be treated unfairly? And serving as the young master's attendant was definitely a rising opportunity. This was much better than being a lackey in front of Madame Three. Han Li naturally didn't know Qin Ping's true thoughts. He just felt that Qin Ping was quite adept at handling things, knowing that he was unfamiliar with the Qin mansion and Yuejing, and immediately sent someone to guide him. It was really timely help. Thinking like this, a smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he directly told Qin Ping, "I have never seen this large mansion before and was just thinking of walking around to take a look. Will you accompany me?" "Yes, young master." Qin Ping, seeing his first task arrive, immediately responded with enthusiasm. And so, under Qin Ping's guidance, Han Li began to wander around the vast Qin mansion. Although some places were inhabited by female family members and not convenient for Han Li to get close, just pointing from afar was enough, and no one dared to come forward and question. After all, Qin Yuan's words from the previous day had spread throughout the entire Qin mansion. This is the Fu Gui courtyard of the second master's family. In addition to the second master, the two youngest sons also live there. And next to that, Qin Ping, the guide, was very conscientious. Not only did he tell Han Li the names of each courtyard, but he also pointed out the residents one by one, allowing Han Li to memorize them secretly. But when he mentioned the residence of Miss Bio, Mo Fengwu, Han Li's expression changed slightly. After a long look, he left without any change in expression. In just a short while, Han Li had toured the entire Qin mansion, but he still seemed unsatisfied. In the end, he had Qin Ping accompany him out of the Qin mansion and wander around some lively places in Yuejing, while Qin Ping continued to explain everything to him. After walking around the well-known attractions and bustling areas of the capital for a few hours, Qin Ping's initially excited expression had long disappeared. At this moment, he was walking behind Han Li with a look of bitterness. After walking for several hours without stopping and constantly explaining things, anyone would have such an expression. This made Qin Ping doubt for the first time whether he had chosen the wrong master. Although Qin Ping was a servant in the Qin mansion, he usually called for a carriage when traveling long distances. It had been a long time since he had walked such a long distance on foot, and it was really exhausting. Qin Ping felt a dull pain in his heels, as if they were being pricked by needles. Not to mention, his throat was already hoarse from talking too much. However, when he saw his new master, still excitedly approaching a small shop selling porcelain wares, Qin Ping could only grin and bear it, forcing himself to keep up. After all, if the master didn't complain, how could a servant like him dare to complain? "I'm a bit hungry. Shall we find a place to have lunch?" When Qin Ping caught up to Han Li, he heard Han Li sincerely suggesting this. Qin Ping immediately agreed and enthusiastically recommended a nearby small restaurant, praising its signature dishes to the sky. Han Li couldn't help but find it amusing, but he maintained a demeanor of letting Qin Ping decide. Following Qin Ping's eager lead, they entered the small two-story restaurant. The first floor was for ordinary customers who only wanted simple meals, while the second floor was for those with a bit more status and wealth. Naturally, Qin Ping wouldn't let Han Li dine on the first floor, despite his apparent interest. As they reached the second floor, Han Li's attention was drawn to a group of 5 people sitting at a table, 3 men and 2 women, drinking together, which was quite unusual. Upon entering the restaurant, Han Li glanced at the group and was slightly surprised. All 5 of them were qi condensation cultivators above the 10th layer, which was quite unusual. Could they be from the 6 sects of the demonic path? Han Li thought to himself. Immediately, he suppressed his spiritual energy, using the technique only available to Foundation establishment cultivators, making himself appear no different from an ordinary mortal in the eyes of lower-level cultivators. "Master, please sit here." Qin Ping, enduring the pain in his feet, led Han Li to a table by the window, even wiping the chair with his sleeve before inviting Han Li to sit. Feeling embarrassed, Han Li insisted that Qin Ping sit with him. This time, Qin Ping didn't refuse too much and sat down obediently. He was in too much pain to worry about status distinctions, and fortunately, this young master who had just arrived in the capital didn't care about such things. Once they were seated, the waiter quickly approached them, asking humbly, "What would you like to order?" "Our restaurant has several signature dishes that are very famous." "Bring us the best dishes you have and one of each of your signature dishes. Use the best ingredients. My young master is the young master of the Qin mansion." Qin Ping, knowing that Han Li probably wouldn't know what to order, took the initiative to speak up for him, puffing up with pride when mentioning the Qin mansion. The waiter nodded repeatedly and scurried off to place the order. Han Li, however, was not paying much attention to the food. Instead, he was focused on the group of cultivators nearby. To his surprise, he felt a sense of familiarity when he looked at one of the men in blue clothes in his 30s, as if he had seen him somewhere before. But upon closer inspection, He couldn't recall where he had seen him. However, Han Li didn't dwell on it and continued to eat, secretly using his spiritual sense to monitor the movements of the cultivators. Just as Qin Ping and Han Li started eating, the eldest man at the neighboring table, with a black face, stopped drinking and suddenly released an invisible sound barrier, enclosing them all within it before speaking. Let's eat something. Since our lives are now in someone else's hands, we, the 5 friends of Mount Meng, can only take it one step at a time. At least we're not dead yet. That's better than many others. Although there was a sound barrier in place, Han Li could clearly hear every word. For his extraordinary spiritual sense, a sound barrier created by a qi condensation cultivator was like nothing. Perhaps influenced by the older man's words, the 2 women finally took a few bites of their food, although they seemed to have no appetite. From their appearance, it seemed like they were in some trouble, and it didn't seem like typical behavior for infiltrating demonic path cultivators. Among the group, the man in blue clothes, who seemed familiar to Han Lei, and another woman in her 20s were the youngest. "Master, the food is here. Please enjoy." Qin Ping interrupted Han Li's thoughts with a respectful tone. The waiter had efficiently brought out the food, filling the table with dishes. He, let's eat together." Han Li smiled slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed at his earlier behavior of focusing too much on the neighboring cultivators. He then proceeded to eat with a healthy appetite, but secretly kept an eye on the group of cultivators. As they started eating, the black-faced man sighed and began to explain to the man in blue and the white-clad woman. In fact, seeking help from the 7 sects would be of no use to us. Firstly, consider the current situation of the 7 sects. We all know that they've mobilized all their manpower to deal with the invasion of the demonic path. Whether they can resist it is still uncertain. How could they spare any resources to help us scattered cultivators? Moreover, among these villains, there are foundation establishment cultivators. Ordinary cultivators won't be able to handle them. Otherwise, how could the 5 of us have been captured so quickly? Secondly, even if the people from the 7 sects are willing to help us out of fellow feeling, can you be sure that they can find these people? They've been wearing masks the whole time and haven't revealed their true faces. Even the place where they forced us was just a random, dilapidated temple. There's no way to track them down. Not to mention, they've placed strange restrictions on us. If they're not lifted in time, we might die. Can you be sure that the people from the 7 sects can remove these restrictions? Considering how confident they were in letting us go, these restrictions must be unique to them. They won't be easy to remove. As the black-faced man spoke, his brow furrowed deeper and deeper, and he even seemed to lose some spirit as he continued. Must we really assist them in doing evil deeds? Help them trap other cultivators? The white-clad woman's face was pale as she spoke, clearly reluctant. "Sister 5, as Big Brother said, all we can do now is take it one step at a time. Fortunately, we have enough time to come up with a plan to escape when the time comes." Another thin and tall man in his 40s tried to comfort her. But everyone knew that these words were just wishful thinking. They hadn't been able to come up with a good plan in the past few days, so how could they find a solution in a few months? After saying this, the group fell silent again, their worries resurfacing. By the time Han Li heard this, he had already understood most of it. The few people were talking about the frequent disappearances of cultivators in the cultivation world of Yue country in recent years. It seemed that these few people had been caught by the masterminds behind the scenes before, but after being threatened, they were let go. However, judging from their tone, they were already under someone's control and were being forced to do harmful things. Han Li's thoughts were racing rapidly. In a moment, he judged that this was something he shouldn't get involved in. After all, the fact that the mastermind behind the scenes could make so many cultivators disappear inexplicably and still remain at large without being exposed, indicated that this Black Hand was extremely cunning and not ordinary. Moreover, since they could manipulate cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, there might even be cultivators at the core formation stage hiding behind them. As a mere foundation establishment cultivator, it was better for him not to invite trouble during such troubled times. Han Li made a decision in his heart and immediately retracted his spiritual sense, no longer paying attention to these cultivators. Although these people were a bit unlucky and pitiful, they had nothing to do with him, and he wouldn't risk getting involved in such a dangerous matter without reason. He could only wish them good luck. And now, as the black-faced old man had analyzed, the 7 sects were fully engaged in fighting against the demonic cultivators and had no time to spare. Even if Han Li reported it to them, they would probably not care about this matter. Han Li could only think coldly like this. Since he didn't need to distract himself by listening to others' private conversations, Han Li became even more relaxed and ate his meal, occasionally pretending to be curious and asking Qin Ping about various curious things outside the window. Qin Ping naturally explained everything in detail to Han Li. As a result, most of the dishes on the table ended up in Han Li's stomach after the meal, leaving Qin Ping amazed and secretly thinking that this young master not only had a vigorous spirit, but also had a good appetite. At this time, the table of cultivators got up and left the building. Han Li could clearly see their dejected expression as they left. It seemed that for the time being, they couldn't come up with a good solution. Seeing this scene, Han Li took a few more mouthfuls of food and then asked Qin Ping to settle the bill and leave. But Qin Ping just smiled and took out a token from his body, arrogantly went downstairs, and returned after a while to report to Han Li. "Master, I have placed the token there. Tell the shopkeeper to settle the bill at our mansion by the end of the month. We don't need to pay for this meal in silver. The young master of the Qin mansion has a monthly expense of several hundred taels of silver to report to the mansion. I have already recorded the meal expenses under the young master's account." Han Li was somewhat surprised to hear this, realizing the extravagance of the Qin mansion. But he couldn't help but show a blank expression and nodded randomly a few times before leaving with Qin Ping. In the afternoon, Han Li didn't continue to walk on foot. Instead, following Qin Ping's advice, he called for a horse-drawn carriage and took a tour of several important places in Yuejing. Although there were still many places he missed, Han Li had a preliminary impression of the terrain and streets, so he wouldn't be completely lost in the city after leaving the Qin mansion. In the evening, Han Li returned to the Qin mansion, feeling satisfied with his outing. Qin Gui, who was guarding the door, rushed out of the gate as soon as Han Li got off the carriage, eager to flatter Han Li. He was afraid that this new young master, Han Li, still held a grudge against him for his negligence yesterday. He had to make sure that this young master had a good impression of him. How could Han Li still remember the trivial matter from yesterday? He had long forgotten about it. At this moment, all Han Li could think about was how to ensure the safety of the Qin mansion. If necessary, he must ensure at least Qin Yan's safety. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain to Li Hueyuan when he returned. With this in mind, Han Li went into the Qin mansion with peace of mind. In the evening, Han Li didn't avoid anyone and went directly to see his uncle Qin. After a detailed discussion in the secret room, Han Li happily left. And from the next day onwards, some people who had dealings with Qin Yan suddenly found that there was a strange young man around Qin Yan, who was covered in dirt and didn't seem like a local of Yuejing. And Qin Yan enthusiastically introduced this young man to everyone he knew, saying that he was a descendant of an elder in the family, and asked these friends to take care of him. These people who had dealings with Qin Yan were either high-ranking officials or wealthy merchants. Although they found it strange that this young man always stayed by Qin Yan's side, they couldn't find out anything about Han Li's background, so naturally, they showed a benevolent and kind demeanor towards Han Li. Han Li finally had his first contact with the upper circles of Yuejing. Time flew by, and more than 2 months passed. Han Li seemed to have truly become the young master of the Qin mansion. Not only did he receive the same treatment as Qin Yan's children, but the master of the Qin family nowadays, whether it was for business socializing or entertaining guests at home, always took Han Li with him, seemingly wanting to cultivate him vigorously. As a result, rumors spread from the Qin mansion to the outside world that Han Li was the illegitimate son of the Qin mansion. The more Qin Yan showed favor towards Han Li, the more it confirmed the credibility of this speculation. As a result, some restless young members of the Qin family, whether under the instructions of their elders or out of their own cunning, tried to indirectly investigate the truth behind the rumors through Han Li. But faced with Han Li's pretending to be foolish and ignorant, these people naturally returned empty-handed. Gradually, the people of the Qin mansion tacitly confirmed Han Li's identity as the young master of the Qin mansion. They thought that Qin Yan's extraordinary favor towards Han Li was just a way to make up for his guilt. Although the few Qin family members who used to be favored by Qin Yan were dissatisfied with this, They dared not do anything obvious against Han Li under the pressure of their old father, and could only endure it for the time being. However, behind their backs, they often cursed Han Li as a hillbilly or a wild seed. But these people didn't know that every night when Han Li practiced cultivation in his room, he would use his spiritual sense to envelop the entire Qin mansion on time. Although he couldn't sustain it for too long each time, it was enough to detect many people's secrets. Han Li could clearly hear the discontented words of these people. Han Li wouldn't argue with these immature kids, but if the demonic cultivators mentioned by him suddenly attacked, the protection order of these people would naturally be placed at the bottom by him. This could be considered a small repayment from Han Li. On this day, Qin Yan once again went out to attend a banquet. This time, the invitation came from none other than a prince of the current ruler. According to Qin Yan, this idle prince's beloved consort had just recovered from a serious illness, so he was hosting a grand banquet to celebrate. Although this prince was a member of the imperial family, he was known for his generosity and wide circle of friends. He was willing to befriend not only high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants, but also some eccentric characters and martial arts experts in the Jianghu world. Of course, to avoid suspicion, he dared not associate too much with military officials who held power. However, even so, this prince's reputation among the common people of Yuejing was quite good, and his word of mouth was also very good. By the time Han Li heard this, he already had a rough impression of this prince. Specific details, however, would require him to confirm with his own eyes. After all, although his reputation was good on the surface, there were too many big shots in the world who were actually involved in illegal activities. The Xin Wang mansion was not located within the imperial city, but rather in the southern district. After an hour's journey in a horse-drawn carriage, Han Li and the others arrived at the intersection of the southern district. The architectural style of the residences in the southern district, unlike those in the eastern district, where the Qin mansion was located, was noticeably different, mostly consisting of standard, orderly buildings. The size and style of the residences here directly indicated the rank and status of the occupants. These residences were all built by the government and allocated to officials strictly according to their ranks and titles. No one dared to expand or renovate them arbitrarily, as it would constitute a violation of regulations. As a member of the royal family and holding the title of a prince, the Xin Wang naturally had one of the most prominent residences in the southern district. The area of his mansion was slightly larger than that of the Qin mansion, making it a colossal estate. When the carriage stopped in front of the Xin Wang mansion, Han Li immediately sensed the majestic aura of worldly wealth and power that could only be found in the mortal realm. The gate of the mansion was about 5 or 6 zhang high and 3 or 4 zhang wide, entirely enveloped in thick brass skin. Dozens of huge door nails were embedded in the facade, giving the gate an opulent and dignified appearance. On both sides of the nearly 10 Shanghai steps, there were ferocious bronze lion statues, polished to a shine, emitting a dazzling light, incredibly eye-catching. However, what made the Xin Wang mansion appear even more imposing was the 16 neatly dressed guards standing on the steps outside the gate. These guards were specially borrowed from the Forbidden Guard of the Imperial City by the Xin Wang to prevent any unexpected incidents due to the large number of people. The steward of the Xin Wang mansion was a thin, old man who was currently standing on the steps, smiling and greeting each new guest on behalf of the master, the Xin Wang. He didn't dare to neglect any of the guests. At this moment, dozens of carriages of various sizes had already stopped in front of the gate, almost filling the entire empty space in front of the mansion. On the huge bluestone steps, there were 5 or 6 guests who had not yet entered the mansion, chatting with each other. They were all elegantly dressed and graceful in their movements, clearly individuals of high status. Seeing all this, Qin Yan straightened his clothes and calmly got off the carriage. Han Li, vigilant, looked around and saw the presence of cultivators, so he also got off the carriage with peace of mind. As for the several young masters and misses of the Qin family, they had already gotten off the carriage as soon as it stopped. They were now standing in front of the mansion, excitedly discussing something. Hanley glanced at the guests still on the steps and found that besides the juniors of the Qin family, other guests also brought young relatives such as sons and nephews. Are they all invited by the so-called young prince, or is it simply a pretext by the Xin Wang mansion to deliberately gather these young people here? Han Li pondered, feeling puzzled, and then glanced at Qin Yan. Seeing Qin Yan's similarly furrowed brows, it was evident that he was also somewhat surprised. "Grandfather, let's go in. The young prince and the others are waiting for us." A 16 or 17-year-old young master of the Qin family, seeing that his grandfather had been standing near the carriage without moving, couldn't help but step forward and say this, encouraged by the persuasion of his siblings. He was afraid of being reprimanded by Qin Yan. "All right, let's go in. Everyone follow me." To everyone's surprise, Qin Yan nodded casually in response to this statement and agreed with a smile. This unexpected response delighted the young man, and he hurriedly returned to his peers. However, before Qin Yan could lead the group inside, the steward of the mansion, having just dealt with a guest, immediately spotted the Qin family and approached them with a smile. As soon as he reached them, he warmly said, "Master Qin, you've finally arrived. Our young master has been talking about you for several days, wondering why you haven't visited the mansion. Come in quickly. The young master will be delighted to see you." "Ah, it's just recently." This steward was truly eloquent. With just a few words, he made everyone feel warm and happy. Qin Yan couldn't help but smile and casually chatted with the steward for a few words. But because more guests were arriving at the mansion, the steward didn't have time to exchange more words with Qin Yan. Instead, he led Qin Yan and the others into the mansion. After apologizing, he hurried back outside. Although Han Li had been standing by Qin Yan's side, silent, he couldn't help but feel a sense of discomfort when he saw the steward's figure leaving. He couldn't sense any spiritual fluctuations from the steward, yet when the steward approached, Han Li suddenly felt a chill, as if a terrifying monster was approaching. It made Han Li extremely uncomfortable. Although Han Li didn't know why, he was always confident in his own feelings. He immediately added the steward of the Wang mansion to his list of people to be cautious and suspicious of. Han nephew, let's go. Let me introduce you to some uncles and elders you haven't met yet. Qin Yan, seeing the steward leave, smiled and said to Han Li. This made the other Qin family members standing on the other side of Qin Yan immediately feel sour in their hearts, feeling that the head of the family was being too biased. But Han Li just smiled inwardly, knowing that Qin Yan was actually creating an opportunity for him to stay close to him. Therefore, he didn't refuse and agreed without hesitation. Then, led by Qin Yan, they entered the grand hall of the Wang mansion. There were about 100 people in the hall. Although it appeared crowded, most of them were in groups of 2 or 3. Of course, there were only 2 or 3 families like the Qin family, who came with 7 or 8 people. At this time, the Xin Wang had not yet appeared in the hall. It seemed that he would not show up until all the guests had arrived. As soon as Qin Yan appeared at the door of the hall, several familiar friends warmly greeted him. Qin Yan naturally responded to each of them with a bow of respect, and after scanning the room, he apologized to others and went to an elderly man sitting beside a man and a woman. The man had thick eyebrows and big eyes, with a steady demeanor. Although the woman's appearance was ordinary, her eyes were sharp and full of enthusiasm, as she unabashedly looked over the younger generation behind Qin Yan, including Han Li. Hua Lao, I didn't expect you, the famous divine physician, to appear here. I thought with your temperament, you would definitely refuse to come to such an occasion. Qin Yan sat down next to the old man and joked in a low voice. Cough, originally I didn't want to come, but the strange illness of the prince's favorite consort was unexpectedly cured by someone. This makes me very curious. I want to see who has such miraculous medical skills. The old man addressed by Qin Yan, as Hua Lao didn't feel any restraint at all. He smiled slightly and said lightly, "Oh, so the rumors about you being invited by the prince to treat his consort are true. It's rare that with your medical skills, you couldn't cure this illness." Han Li saw Qin Yan's extreme surprise, indicating that this old man's medical skills should be very famous in Yuejing. Hee, there are all kinds of strange and difficult diseases in this world. With my limited medical skills, it's purely a fluke to have achieved the reputation I have today. There's nothing surprising about some incurable rare diseases. The old man laughed and said nonchalantly, seeming to have a very broad mind. But I still don't believe that there's a doctor in Yuejing with medical skills superior to yours. Qin Yan shook his head, showing that he had great confidence in the old man's medical skills. But when the old man surnamed Hua heard this, he smiled faintly and didn't respond. Instead, he pointed to the man and woman beside him and said, "Hua Nan, Hua Fang, you've met him before. Come here and greet grandfather Qin." The old man surnamed Hua seemed to be deeply respected in the hearts of these two men and women. As soon as he spoke, they hurried over to greet Qin Yan. "He, I didn't expect both of your grandchildren, whom I haven't seen in years, to grow up so much. I don't have much on me, so I'll give you two this pair of jade pendants as a token of meeting." Qin Yan said kindly, reaching into his pocket and taking out a pair of white jade pendants inlaid with green jade, obviously valuable items. Although the man was fine, his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, which quickly disappeared. However, the woman's face was full of excitement, and her gaze at the pair of jade pendants was extremely eager. "Unworthy of your kindness, Grandfather Qin. Qin Lao and our family are not strangers." The old man surnamed Hua saw this and couldn't help but smile and scold. Hearing this, the man and woman dared to accept the jade pendants from Qin Yan, but the woman's expression was extremely excited. "Besides him, I've met the other juniors behind you a few times. Is this your new nephew who just arrived in the capital?" Finally, the old man surnamed Hua turned his gaze to Han Li and looked at him up and down with some interest. "Yes, this is Han Li, a descendant of one of my elders." "Han nephew, this is your uncle Hua, one of the two famous divine physicians in Yuejing. He's just as famous as Dr. Yi, who specializes in treating the emperor." Qin Yan suddenly remembered and hadn't introduced Han Li to this old man yet. "Uncle Hua, hello." Han Li obediently greeted the other party. "Well, not bad, not bad." The old man surnamed Hua didn't see anything outstanding in Han Li, so he just casually praised him a few times. But when he thought of the recent rumors related to this young man, he hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his thin, dry hand and took out a small white bottle from his sleeve, handing it to Han Li. "This is a bottle of heart-protecting pill that I carefully formulated. Although I dare not say it can cure all diseases, it's definitely effective for minor injuries and illnesses. Take it as a self-defense measure, Han nephew." As soon as the old man spoke, Han Li immediately felt the envy and jealousy from the Qin family members behind him, while Hua Nan and Hua Fang also showed some surprise. Obviously, this heart-protecting pill was quite famous. As a foundational stage cultivator, Han Li naturally wouldn't regard mortal pills highly. However, he couldn't refuse the other party's goodwill at the moment, so he hesitantly accepted it with a somewhat embarrassed expression. "Haha, Han nephew. This heart-protecting pill is a secret medicine made by Brother Hua. It's not easily given to others. It's really generous of him to bring it out as a gift today." Qin Yan knew that Han Li wouldn't appreciate such an item, but he still praised his friend in front of Han Li, hoping to leave a good impression of the Hua elder in Han Li's heart. The elder looked at Qin Yan strangely, not understanding the implication of his words in front of Han Li. He was only giving this extremely precious pill to the young man because of Qin Yan's face. Otherwise, this medicine, which was worth a fortune, would not be given to a stranger they had just met. Just as the elder was about to ask a few questions, a sharp voice rang out. "His Highness the Prince is here." With this announcement by a servant, the noise in the hall immediately subsided, and everyone turned their attention to the side door of the hall. 4 maidservants walked out first from the side door, standing on either side of the main seat, followed by a man and a woman who came out calmly. The man was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a few inches of beard. His face was square, and he had a pair of fierce eyes, exuding an aura of authority. The woman, on the other hand, was a beautiful young woman in her 20s, dressed in palace attire with a long, trailing skirt. Seeing this scene, everyone in the room stood up and bowed to the man and woman, saying, "Greetings, Your Highness and Madam." Because the woman was not the original consort of the prince, but a recently favored concubine, these people could only address her as Madam. "You are all good friends of this prince. There's no need to be so polite. Please sit down." The prince's demeanor and speech were quite different, appearing very straightforward and amiable, leaving a favorable impression on everyone. The consort beside him just smiled gracefully without saying a word. Upon hearing this, everyone smiled at each other and sat down as instructed. "This prince is straightforward, so feel free to speak your minds." The prince spoke with a smile on his face as soon as he settled down. This immediately prompted everyone on the opposite side to start speaking at once. "Your Highness, please speak freely." "Yes, we have been friends with Your Highness for many years. We all know Your Highness's temperament." Obviously, among these words, some were sincere, while others were flattering the prince. "The reason for inviting you all here this time is twofold. First, because Princess Kinger's strange illness has been cured, and of course, this prince wants to celebrate and have a lively gathering. Secondly, this prince has a great favor to bestow upon you all. Whether you can have the opportunity to receive it depends on your destiny." The prince's words were beyond everyone's expectations, causing them to look at each other in surprise. Gathering these people here was rare in order to bestow favors upon them, which was quite incredible. He, Kinger, look. Isn't everyone's reaction just as I expected? They are all a little surprised. The prince, seeing this, didn't get angry but instead turned to the beautiful concubine beside him and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman named Kinger giggled and replied in a sweet voice, "Your Highness, anyone would be surprised after hearing such words. Their reaction is normal." The prince chuckled at the woman's words. He then turned back to explain to the somewhat embarrassed crowd. "There's no need to doubt. The truth is, Kinger's strange illness was actually cured by a high-ranking expert who recently arrived at the mansion. This expert can control the wind and rain, swallow fire and spit ice. He's a true immortal. After curing Kinger's illness, he even recognized that my young son has the potential for immortality and can comprehend immortal arts. He has accepted my son as his disciple and will soon take him to cultivate and learn immortality." As he said this, the prince couldn't help but reveal a proud expression. Upon hearing this, A stout man in the hall couldn't help but exclaim, "An immortal! So this person is the legendary immortal." This statement immediately caused a stir among the people in the hall. Although immortals were very mysterious to ordinary people, those present were not ordinary civilians. They had heard rumors about immortals, and some even had ancestors who had contact with some wandering cultivators. Even now, there were rumors circulating outside that there were immortals guarding the imperial palace, which made people even more awed by immortals. Now, the guests in the hall unexpectedly heard that a living immortal had come to the prince's mansion, and most of them showed extremely excited expressions on their faces. Qin Yan, upon hearing this, was surprised and couldn't help but glance at Han Li. But Han Li, in Qin Yan's eyes, remained expressionless, showing no signs at all. Seeing this, Qin Yan dared not ask more and could only turn his head to listen to what the prince had to say next. At this moment, the prince, seeing the shocked expressions of everyone before him, continued with a smile. "Naturally, I also asked this expert, and he indeed admitted that he is an immortal. Moreover, after I urged him to stay in the mansion for a few more months, he agreed and even offered to teach me some health-preserving methods. During our conversation, I learned that this immortal came to the mortal world specifically to accept disciples with immortal fate. After learning this, I immediately thought of you, my friends. That's why I called all the nephews and nieces here. This immortal master can accept both male and female disciples. Later, I will invite Master Wu out to meet everyone. Whether you have the chance to meet him depends on your immortal fate." If the earlier words only made the people present envious, the prince's words now were like a huge pie falling on their heads, making them all overjoyed. Immediately, a chorus of grateful voices rang out. An immortal. This was the kind of living immortal in the world. It was said that once they cultivated successfully, they could live for hundreds of years and possess immortal techniques. If one of their grandchildren were to have the good fortune to become his disciple, what a great support it would be. As Han Li listened to this, although his face still showed a blank expression, he felt somewhat puzzled. Initially, when he heard the prince mention a living immortal, he thought he had found traces of a practitioner of demonic arts. However, now hearing that the other party was openly recruiting disciples, this seemed inappropriate. How could a cultivator infiltrating another country for sabotage act so recklessly? Unless this immortal is. As Han Li was pondering, amidst the excitement of the crowd, the so-called immortal finally appeared in the hall. He was dressed in a gray Taoist robe, with white hair and a ruddy complexion like a baby, completely matching the image of a true immortal. Even before he cast any spells, more than half of the people present believed him. But when Han Li saw this so-called immortal, who was barely at the 5th or 6th layer of qi refinement, he was speechless. This person was clearly just a low-level cultivator, and Han Li could probably crush him with just one finger. Yet with such a high-level person, these important figures among mortals all crowded around him, constantly flattering and flattering him, hoping that this old immortal would be kind enough to accept their sons and daughters as disciples. Seeing the scene before him, Qin Yan couldn't help but feel a little restless, and the juniors behind him were even more anxious. They were afraid that if they were late, all the opportunities for immortal fate would be taken by others. Just as Qin Yan was hesitating, he suddenly heard Han Li's voice in his ear. "Don't worry, this person is not a practitioner of demonic arts. As for whether you want your grandchildren to be disciples of this person, it's up to you. I'm just here to protect the safety of your Qin family. However, the cultivation level of this immortal master..." He. With a few sneers, Han Li's voice suddenly disappeared. Qin Yan was surprised and looked around, but found that besides himself, no one else seemed to have heard these words. The old man named Hua also looked puzzled and asked why Qin Yan didn't take the juniors to try their luck with the immortal master. At the same time, the old man surnamed Hua also suddenly realized, saying that no wonder he couldn't cure the strange illness. It turned out that it was a cultivator who could perform miraculous healing. It was indeed an immortal. Qin Yan couldn't help but be moved when he saw the usually steady Hua elder so eager. Although he sensed Han Li's disdain for the immortal master, the fact remained that the immortal was willing to take disciples. As for the immortal master's cultivation level, he didn't care at the moment. He had considered having his descendants become Han Li's disciples, but after interacting with Han Li, he knew that Han Li had no intention of taking disciples, so it was futile to force the issue. In the past, Qin Yan's ancestors had mentioned that when the Qin family first became wealthy, a certain immortal Li Hua had visited them to see if any of their children had immortal fate. Unfortunately, none did, so immortal Li Hua left disappointed. Since then, immortal Li Hua never mentioned accepting disciples from the Qin family again. According to him, the connection between the Qin family and him ended with one generation. The descendants of the Qin family had no fate with him. Now, with another opportunity for cultivation in front of him, Qin Yan naturally wanted to give it a try. With this in mind, Qin Yan made up his mind and called a few juniors to follow him. Han Li watched this scene coldly, saying nothing. Since he had already warned Qin Yan, and Qin Yan still insisted on paying respects to the immortal master, Han Li naturally wouldn't interfere. Speaking of which, Han Li hadn't even paid attention to whether these young masters and misses of the Qin family had spiritual roots. But among ordinary people in the secular world, those with spiritual roots were extremely rare. As Han Li was thinking, he suddenly noticed a few Qin family juniors who had approached the immortal master casting mocking glances at him, with smug expressions on their faces, apparently laughing at him. Seeing this, Han Li was slightly surprised, then couldn't help but smile inwardly. Obviously, these few juniors thought that Qin Yan hadn't invited Han Li to try their luck with the immortal fate, because Qin's old master still favored them deep down. hence their smug expressions. Han Li shook his head inwardly and decided to ignore them, instead glancing around the hall. At this point, few people remained seated, with only about 6 or 7 left. Most of them were lonely figures who hadn't brought their nephews and nieces and now looked regretful. The only ones who caught Han Li's attention were an old and young duo sitting in a corner of the hall. The old man was in his 60s, dressed in a blue robe, with gray hair, calmly sipping tea as if he didn't care about the immortal fate in front of him. The young one was a handsome youth, occasionally showing a disdainful look towards the direction of immortal Wu. Although these two seemed very relaxed sitting there, Han Li couldn't help but smile when he saw them. These two were actually cultivators, and their cultivation seemed quite decent. The old man appeared to be at the 9th level of qi refinement, while the youth seemed to be at the 5th level, not inferior to immortal Wu. What surprised Han Li a bit was that these two seemed to have mastered a method to conceal their spiritual energy, making it almost undetectable. If Han Li's cultivation wasn't much higher than theirs, he might not have easily discerned their identities as cultivators. As for immortal Wu, he naturally didn't have the ability to notice these anomalies. This ability to conceal spiritual energy from cultivators of the same level immediately piqued Han Li's interest. If he could learn this method, wouldn't it give him a significant advantage in battles against cultivators of the same level? Thinking of this, Han Li carefully observed the two. However, this time, Han Li noticed something unusual. The young man, who appeared to be a handsome youth, actually had 2 tiny holes in his earlobe earrings, indicating that he was disguised as a young woman. Han Li was slightly surprised at first, but the young man happened to notice Han Li staring at him and blushed, then glared fiercely at him. Seeing this male dressed as a female act, the old man sitting beside him noticed and furrowed his brows, then turned to look at Han Li expressionlessly. Seeing this, Han Li smiled at the old man. The old man was greatly surprised. He thought it was some frivolous young master from a certain family who had seen through his granddaughter's disguise and was teasing her with his gaze. But he didn't expect it to be a nondescript young man who didn't seem to have any magical powers, and he didn't show any fear towards him at all. The old man felt somewhat annoyed and pondered for a moment before gently closing his eyes. This action surprised Han Li. He thought the old man was trying to. Before Han Li could finish his thoughts, the old man's subsequent actions completely confirmed Han Li's conjecture. When the old man opened his eyes again, a purplish light flashed in his gaze as he directed some kind of bewitching spell towards Han Li, apparently intending to embarrass him and teach him a lesson. Seeing this scene, Han Li found it somewhat amusing. With the old man's cultivation at the 9th level of qi refinement, attempting to use a bewitching spell on him, a cultivator at the mid-foundation establishment stage, was akin to seeking death. As long as he countered with a bit of his own mana, it would surely backfire on the old man. However, since Han Li wanted to learn the old man's method of concealing spiritual energy. He couldn't afford to make a big enemy. So he just smiled back at the old man without any change in expression. This left the old man in shock. He had initially thought it was some frivolous young master who had seen through his granddaughter's disguise and was teasing her with his gaze. But he didn't expect it to be a nondescript young man who didn't seem to have any magical powers, and he didn't show any fear towards him at all. The old man's expression gradually changed from a sneer to astonishment, and then to horror. When the old man realized that he had made a mistake and tried to avert his gaze, it was already too late. Han Li's eyes were faintly emitting a yellow light, like a magnet, preventing his gaze from turning even the slightest. The old man's heart was filled with shock and fear, along with regret. He never imagined that this seemingly inconspicuous young man would also be a cultivator, and it seemed that his cultivation far surpassed his own. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have used the nightmare technique. Now his mind was completely controlled by the other party, and he couldn't break free from the backlash of his technique. The more the old man thought about it, the more frightened and regretful he became. The old man regretted using the nightmare technique against Han Li, a cultivator of the Foundation establishment stage. Now his mind was completely under the other party's control, and he couldn't shake off the counterattack. In a moment of desperation, the old man's forehead was covered with sweat the size of soybeans, his face pale, but his eyes still stared straight at Han Li. Meanwhile, the male dressed as a female beside him finally realized that something was wrong with her elder, and hurriedly tugged at his sleeve. To everyone's surprise, with just a slight pull, the young man easily broke free from Han Li's gaze and rescued him from the backlash of the nightmare technique. The old man, who had been on the brink of disaster, suddenly escaped, and the emotional roller coaster he experienced left him stunned for a while before he finally came to his senses. But his clothes were already soaked with cold sweat. At this moment, he looked fearful and hurriedly whispered a few words to the young woman beside him, then dared not look at Han Li again. The old man knew very well that the young woman had saved him easily, which meant that the other party had spared him. Otherwise, at the very least, he would have suffered mental damage and fallen seriously ill. Although he didn't know why the other party did this, it was better for him and his granddaughter to stay away from him. This seemingly ordinary young man's cultivation was terrifying. He was not someone they could afford to provoke. What puzzled him even more was that he had already used the heavenly eye technique to examine this person, but there was no trace of spiritual power on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rashly used the nightmare technique. Unexpectedly, this person's cultivation has already reached. The old man's face turned green as he thought of his conjecture. If it was as he guessed, wouldn't he have provoked someone whom the entire family couldn't afford to provoke? Thinking of this, the old man, who had just recovered a bit of his composure, became restless again. As for the male dressed as a female beside him, She looked at the old man's changing complexion with extreme surprise and couldn't help but feel astonished. In her mind, her grandfather had always been calm and steady like Mount Tai, but now he showed such an expression. Could that ordinary-looking young man really be so terrifying? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but want to turn around and take another look at Han Li. But before she could act, it seemed that the old man had sensed her thoughts. He suddenly turned extremely serious and whispered to her in a low voice. "Don't provoke that young man again. If I'm not mistaken, he's probably a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Don't offend him." What? A cultivator at the foundation establishment stage? That's impossible. How old is he? The young woman covered her mouth with one hand in shock, her entire face losing color, but she dared not speak loudly. Although the young girl's face was full of disbelief, she knew her grandfather wouldn't speak without reason, so she was extremely shocked. She had to force herself not to look in Han Li's direction again. Han Li was satisfied to have given the other party a small lesson without actually harming them. At this moment, he moved his lips slightly and transmitted his voice. Instantly, the voice of Han Li echoed in the ears of the elder in the blue robe. After leaving the Xin mansion later, don't rush to leave. Wait for me at the back door of the mansion. I have something to ask you. Han Li's voice was full of unquestionable command, causing the elder to freeze for a moment, feeling bitter in his heart. Rarely does this expert not let go of them, the grandfather and granddaughter. Or does he have other intentions for them? Fortunately, the other party doesn't seem ruthless, so there shouldn't be any danger. And being able to establish a relationship with a foundation establishment cultivator seems like a rare opportunity for the family's revival. The elder could only console himself in this way, feeling extremely anxious and troubled. Seeing this, Han Li smiled faintly and shifted his attention back to the white-haired old Taoist. By now, the immortal master had checked most of the crowd and had yet to find anyone with immortal fate. The young people who were announced to have no fate could only return to their seats dejectedly, and their elders naturally didn't have a good expression either. What immortal fate? It's obviously looking for people with spiritual roots. But this Taoist is not just randomly pointing out a few people. It seems he really wants to take disciples from among these people. Otherwise, he could have just randomly picked a few. Han Li observed the Taoist's enthusiastic examination of the young people without much interest. However, Han Li felt that the Taoist might not have much chance of taking disciples here. Among these 50 or 60 people, trying to pick out those with spiritual roots seemed quite difficult. Just as Han Li was thinking this, the white-haired Taoist suddenly exclaimed, "This child has immortal fate. I can accept him as my disciple." Han Li was stunned when he heard this. He couldn't help but look at the person with immortal fate. He saw a chubby young man standing in front of the Taoist, looking bewildered and at a loss. Beside him, a middle-aged man with a big belly and wearing a purple silk robe couldn't believe it and kept asking, Sage, does my son Tong Jang really have immortal fate? Are you sure you're not mistaken? This person, who had just been hit by a huge pie, still couldn't believe it. Among so many handsome and talented young men, his own lazy and gluttonous son had actually been chosen by the sage. It felt like he was dreaming. He, donor, rest assured. This Taoist has checked multiple times, and your son indeed has immortal roots. He can learn immortal techniques together with the young master. Seeing this, the immortal master flicked his snow-white beard and said with a smile. The young people who had been eliminated were dumbfounded when they saw this. The person chosen by the immortal master was none other than the chubby Tong Jang, who they had always considered a good-for-nothing. Such a waste of a person turned out to have immortal roots. It was really hard to accept. Not only did these young people think so, but their elders also looked at each other, finding it hard to accept. After all, this young man named Tong Jang was notorious for being useless in their circle. Han Li didn't show any surprise on his face. Whether a person has spiritual roots has nothing to do with whether they are handsome or talented, or even with their intelligence and abilities. There's no pattern to it. Otherwise, before the appearance of cultivation families, it wouldn't have been so difficult for cultivators to find talented disciples. However, Han Li was a bit surprised that among such a small group of people, a person with spiritual roots had actually been found. It seemed that the Taoist's luck was quite good. Han Li and the grandfather and granddaughter understood this principle, but the others in the hall didn't. They whispered and discussed quietly among themselves. Some shrewd people even began to doubt the authenticity of the immortal master. When those who hadn't been tested yet heard about it, they hesitated to come forward. As a result, there was a temporary cold atmosphere in front of the Taoist. Xin Wang frowned when he saw this. But the people in the hall were all his longtime friends, so he couldn't directly say anything unpleasant. He had to tactfully suggest to the Taoist. Sage, everyone here is just ordinary people, and few have seen real immortal techniques. Could you show us some more to broaden our horizons? After hearing Xin Wang's words, the people in the hall immediately became quiet, all eagerly awaiting the immortal master's next move. The white-haired Taoist pondered for a moment and readily agreed, then asked everyone to follow him to the open space in front of the hall. With the Taoist's words, everyone swooshed out of the hall. Han Li also followed without much concern. However, the grandfather and granddaughter showed no intention of moving, apparently still worried about meeting Han Li. Outside the hall, the Taoist stood in the center of the crowd and began to perform magic. He formed hand seals with both hands, stood with his feet flat on the ground, and muttered words in a low voice. The faint incantation added a touch of mystery to his actions. As a result, everyone watching held their breath, staring at the Taoist intently. Han Li rolled his eyes inwardly when he heard the incantations. Just then, the Taoist brought his hands together and then separated them. A fiery ball the size of a fist floated between his hands, and the temperature nearby suddenly rose, with a hot air spreading out. This was the fireball technique, a common technique that every fire spiritual root cultivator must practice. Although this was a common sight among cultivators, it immediately elicited exclamations of disbelief from the nearby onlookers. However, what followed next not only continued to astonish the ordinary people, but also startled Han Li at first. Because after the Taoist performed hand seals, the fiery ball gradually began to change shape right before everyone's eyes. First, it slowly extended wings, then grew a sharp beak, followed by a pair of delicate claws and a tail, eventually transforming into a small and delicate flame bird. Is it the firebird technique? Seeing this scene, Han Li's nerves tightened, and he could hardly believe his eyes. The firebird technique was a genuine mid-level basic spell, something even Han Li himself hadn't mastered. Yet here was this Taoist at the qi condensation stage, displaying it so effortlessly. It was truly hard for Han Li to believe. No wonder he had initially thought he might be seeing things. However, Han Li's astonishment lasted only for a moment. He soon noticed a significant difference between this flame bird and a true firebird technique. Although the flame bird created by the firebird technique looked very similar in appearance, the difference in size was too significant. The flame bird from the firebird technique had wingspan of nearly 10 meters, while the flame bird created by the Taoist remained the size of a fist, unable to be compared. But what truly convinced Han Li that this was a fake firebird technique was the difference in the magical power fluctuations between the two. The destructive power contained within a firebird technique was something even foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't dare to directly confront. However, the magical power fluctuations of this small and delicate flame bird remained the same as when it was a fireball, without any increase. It seemed to be nothing more than a simple transformation. Realizing this, Han Li felt both angry and amused. He had almost been deceived by this little trick, which was quite embarrassing. However, the fact that this person could manipulate the transformation of flames to such a degree was truly astonishing. Even Han Li admitted that he couldn't achieve such precise control. How a qi condensation cultivator like the Taoist could achieve such a level was beyond him. This Taoist was quite interesting indeed. The performance by the Taoist below completely confirmed Han Li's thoughts. The flame bird, which was flapping its wings and flying high, suddenly landed on the ground and transformed into a red Hachiko dog, happily running around the Taoist. Shortly after, the dog transformed into a fire snake, which then evolved into a small human figure. This series of astonishing performances left the ordinary people who had never seen spell transformations dumbfounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. Only when the Taoist suddenly pointed his finger, causing the last transformed flame horse to rush towards a nearby cherry tree, did flames erupt, instantly turning the tree into ashes. Only then did the Taoist end his performance. At this point, the onlookers woke up as if from a dream, and they all eagerly called out to the immortal master. Prince Zin smiled as he looked at the cheering crowd, feeling somewhat pleased with himself. In the past, cultivators used to frequently appear in the homes of the wealthy and aristocratic families. However, for some reason, they gradually disappeared from society and ceased to interact with ordinary people. As a result, figures like immortal masters had become almost legendary. Even for someone like Prince Zin, who belonged to the royal family, it was his first time encountering real cultivators. Now that the old Taoist had demonstrated his remarkable technique, it shocked everyone present, naturally boosting Prince Zin's prestige. Of course, Prince Zin was unaware that the period when cultivators frequently appeared in the mortal world was before the Immortal Ascension Conference. During that time, some wandering cultivators and low-level cultivators from prestigious families, who felt hopeless in their cultivation, willingly indulged in the worldly pleasures of ordinary life. However, with the emergence of the Immortal Ascension Conference, cultivators found hope in advancing to a higher realm, so they secluded themselves in remote mountains to cultivate diligently. They were no longer willing to appear in the mundane world. Of course, there were exceptions, like Yu Zedong, who lost their dedication to cultivation and fell into decadence while refining themselves in the mortal world. However, such cultivators were rare. Even those who became guests of prestigious families kept their identity concealed, not wanting others to know that they were cultivators serving mortals, which was considered extremely shameful in the cultivation world. As a result, while there were many cultivators in the mortal world, those willing to associate with the powerful and influential were few. Even those who were willing to become guests of wealthy families kept their identities hidden to avoid ridicule from other cultivators they might know. The onlookers, who had never encountered other cultivators before, were naturally amazed by the old Taoist's skillful manipulation of fire, making it seem as if he was controlling flames with ease. With everyone's awe-inspiring gaze, the white-haired old Taoist returned to the hall with a hint of pride. Those who hadn't been tested, yet couldn't wait to call out Immortal Master, and immediately crowded around, eager for the Wu Immortal Master to examine their spiritual roots. The old Taoist was still lively, and accepted the remaining people one by one. Unfortunately, among those remaining, including the elderly man surnamed Hua and the descendants of Qin Yan, none of them possessed spiritual roots. They were all just ordinary mortals. This news was quite a blow to those who had just been tested, and they left the old Taoist feeling disheartened. It seemed that having the chance to become an immortal was not so easy to come by. This highlighted the rarity of Tong Jiang's extraordinary spiritual roots even more, causing others to envy him. Even the father and son standing beside the old Taoist couldn't help but grin broadly, unable to contain their joy. Han Li remained composed, observing as Qin Yan returned with the gloomy young master and miss of the Qin family, who seemed slightly embarrassed upon seeing him. I still can't accept it. Why does that useless brat have spiritual roots while we don't? Each of my people is hundreds of times stronger than him. A petite young lady from the Chin family grumbled, still discontented. Enough with your nonsense. If you don't have the fortune, what's the use of complaining? Chin Yan's face darkened as he reprimanded the young lady before sitting down. This rebuke caused the fiery, tempered Chin family member to pout, still showing signs of dissatisfaction. At this moment, the elderly man surnamed Hua arrived with the young man and woman. They silently sat down beside Chin Yan. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously smiled wryly, showing signs of a difficult relationship. Brother Chin, it seems that the chubby fellow Tong is about to become lively. Elder Hua joked. That's quite normal. Who wouldn't be excited when they have a good son and an immortal master to rely on? Chin Yan sighed, seemingly helpless. However, Elder Hua and Chin Yan began conversing with each other. Although they spoke with each other, they were still paying attention to the movements of the Wu immortal master and Prince Xin. At this moment, Prince Xin, seeing that all the younger generation guests had tested their spiritual roots, turned his head and whispered something to a maid beside him. The maid immediately retreated from the side door, presumably to carry out some task she had been assigned. Prince Xin then turned back, coughed a few times, and smiled before speaking slowly. Next, in celebration of Princess Ai's recovery from her strange illness and my son's apprenticeship to the Wu immortal master, let's all celebrate together. After saying this, Prince Xin enthusiastically raised his hands and clapped twice. Clap, clap. As applause rang out, pairs of neatly dressed servants and maids carrying black lacquered trays began entering the hall from the main entrance. They carried various delicacies and bottles of fine wine, which they placed on every table, filling each wine glass with pink-colored wine, filling the hall with the aroma of food and wine in an instant. Come, let me offer everyone a toast. Prince Xin raised a wine glass handed to him by a servant and loudly declared, Your Highness, please. In the hall, the atmosphere immediately became lively as everyone began to exchange toasts. The banquet had finally begun. Prince Xin and his mistress Qing moved among the tables, chatting and laughing with close friends without a trace of royal airs. The prince's reputation was well-deserved, which explained why Qin Yan and the others held him in such high regard. The Wu immortal master, however, did not join the banquet. He quietly left when Prince Xin raised his glass, leaving many who wanted to establish a relationship with the immortal disappointed. But thinking about it, it was only natural. How could someone like him, an immortal, behave like ordinary people, indulging in feasting and revelry? Once they realized this, those people gave up and relaxed, focusing on enjoying themselves with others. As the banquet progressed, Prince Xin even summoned a group of palace dancers to perform graceful dances, adding to the festive atmosphere and elevating the mood to a climax. Just then, a young man in his 20s emerged from the hall. Dressed in white, he exuded a refined and elegant aura, captivating the hearts of many young maidens with his genteel demeanor. The handsome young prince, oblivious to Han Li's thoughts, engaged in polite conversation with several acquaintances from the Qin family, causing two young ladies to blush and flutter with affection. Han Li sneered inwardly. This young prince was definitely trouble. If those Qin family girls really threw themselves at him, they would end up regretting it. Even if this young prince devoured him whole, Han Li wouldn't find it surprising. After a while, Prince Xin bid farewell to Qin Yan and others and proceeded to the next table. This left the Qin family youths chatting happily with the prince and the two grandchildren of the elderly man named Xiao, as well as the grandson and granddaughter of the Hua family, feeling somewhat disappointed. However, while no one was paying attention, Han Li glanced at the prince's back, and his eyes flashed with contemplation. The banquet finally ended, after more than a few hours. Guests, having enjoyed themselves, began to take their leave from Prince Xin's residence. Qin Yan, accompanied by Han Li and others, bid their farewells and left directly through the main gate of Prince Xin's residence. However, just as Elder Qin was about to board the carriage with Han Li suddenly asked a question that surprised Qin Yan. "Uncle Qin, who are those two? Could you tell me about them?" Although Han Li spoke politely, Elder Qin didn't dare to be neglectful. He quickly turned his head to look and said, "Which two are you referring to, Han nephew? Oh, isn't that Mr. Xiao from the Xiao family? He is the owner of the famous Cloud and Wine Tower in Yuejing City. He keeps a low profile and I don't know him well. As for the young man with him, he seems unfamiliar. He might be one of his grandchildren." Qin Yan, seeing the two individuals Han Li was interested in, showed a surprised expression, wondering why Han Li was interested in them. "Oh, I see. Uncle Qin, please go ahead. I'll stay a bit longer and return to the mansion later." Han Li nodded thoughtfully and said casually. Without waiting for Qin Yan to say anything, Han Li slowly walked towards a side path along the mansion wall. Qin Yan looked at Han Li's departing figure with some confusion, then glanced at the elderly man from the Xiao family who was sneakily looking in their direction from afar, feeling a bit puzzled. But after thinking for a moment, he decisively boarded the carriage and instructed the coachman to leave. Thus, several carriages from the Qin family left the front gate of Prince Xin's residence and headed towards the Qin residence in the eastern district. Meanwhile, the Qin family youths didn't notice Han Li's disappearance at all. They were still discussing what they had seen and heard at Prince Xin's residence on the last two carriages. They were extremely excited. Although they hadn't formed any immortal bonds, they definitely had capital to boast to their peers when they returned. As for Han Li, after walking for about a cup of tea's time, he finally arrived at the rear gate of Prince Xin's residence. The tall rear gate was tightly closed, with no one in sight. Han Li smiled, thinking it was just right, saving him the trouble of using any concealment techniques. He stood boldly at the back gate, idly looking up at the sky. After a while, Han Li began to daydream, lost in thought. Suddenly, he sensed someone timidly approaching from a distance, so he lowered his head and gave a cold glance. He saw the elderly man from the Xiao family and the young woman dressed as a man walking around from the other side of the mansion. When the old man saw Han Li, he hesitated for a moment, showing a hesitant expression, while the young woman looked curious, showing no signs of fear. The old man might have figured something out and immediately calmed down. He walked over with firm steps, followed by the young woman. Younger generation Xiao Zhen, I thank the senior for showing mercy in the mansion. If there has been any offense, I am willing to apologize to the senior. As they approached Han Li, the old man still couldn't discern Han Li's cultivation level. Shocked, he hurriedly paid his respects and apologized respectfully. Han Li accepted the old man's courtesy calmly, then said lightly, "Why are you lingering in the secular world instead of secluding yourself in a place with abundant spiritual energy? Are you not willing to cultivate anymore?" Han Li didn't mince words, wanting to intimidate the old man first before dealing with the situation more easily. Senior misunderstood. Due to my old age and the slim chance of establishing my foundation, I have been assigned by the family to manage worldly affairs to earn resources. I am not lingering in the secular world of my own accord. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the old man's heart relaxed slightly, and he replied with a slight relief. "Which family's disciple are you?" Han Li didn't let up, asking further. Han Li naturally wanted to know more about the background of these two. If they were disciples of some renowned cultivation sect, he wouldn't easily provoke them. However, it seemed that the Xiao family wasn't famous for cultivation. After hearing Han Li's question, the old man hesitated for a moment, looked back at the young woman beside him, and answered honestly, "I am from the Xiao family of Feng Gorge in Yunju." The Xiao family of Feng's Gorge. Han Li frowned, pondered for a moment, and confirmed that he had never heard of this name. "You don't have to think too much, senior. The Xiao family I belong to is just a small family, so it's normal for senior not to have heard of it," the old man said self-deprecatingly. Han Li was a little surprised to hear this, reevaluating the old man, and then calmly asked, "You speak so frankly. Aren't you afraid that I might lose my restraint and immediately turn against you too?" Han Li said this, and the old man didn't react much. But the young woman, like a startled cat, immediately reached for her waist with a worried expression. It was obvious that she was hiding something in her storage pouch. However, seeing that neither her grandfather nor Han Li showed any signs of attacking, she blushed and withdrew her hand, feeling at a loss as to what to do next, looking extremely cute. Seeing this, the old man looked at the young woman with extreme affection, then smiled bitterly and turned to Han Li, saying, "Although I can't discern your cultivation level, I'm sure you are a senior who has already established your foundation. This much is clear to me. I don't believe that there's anything on me, such as magic tools or elixirs, that would tempt a senior like you, who has achieved great proficiency in your cultivation. If you are really such a person, I have nothing to say. With my limited cultivation and power, resisting or escaping would be futile. It would be better to surrender and let you have your way, sparing my entire family the wrath. I only ask that the senior spare my granddaughter. She is my only flesh and blood. The old man's last few words were filled with desolation, making the young woman feel shocked and angry, and she hurriedly protested. "Grandpa, don't be afraid. If he really wants to harm us, we'll fight him together. I'm not afraid of him." Han Li, hearing the words of the old man and the young woman, was initially surprised. But then after carefully observing the two, he felt both annoyed and amused. Despite the old man's sorrowful and self-sacrificing words, Han Li didn't sense any intention of seeking death from him. Even the aura emanating from him was that of someone ready to fight at any moment, rather than someone willing to surrender. As for the young woman, she was even more interesting. Although her words were filled with righteous indignation, her black Hazjet eyes kept rolling around when Han Li wasn't looking, occasionally revealing a hint of cunning. But what this young girl didn't know was that Han Li, who had cultivated the first level of the Grand Tao technique, had a much stronger spiritual sense than the average foundation establishment stage cultivator. He had noticed all her little movements. Han Li thought to himself, "I'm afraid that what these two said about the Xiao family of Feng Gorge was just a casual remark. Whether such a family exists or not, I have my doubts." So, Han Li's face revealed a smile that was neither a smile nor a smirk, silently staring at the two without saying a word. At first, the old man and the young woman managed to maintain their solemn expressions. But as time passed, with Han Li's lazy expression and indifferent gaze, the two from the Xiao family eventually looked at each other. "How do you intend to deal with us, senior?" The young woman couldn't help it. Disregarding her grandfather's gaze, she jumped in front of Han Li, one hand on her waist and the other pointing at Han Li, loudly asking with a face full of grievances. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, and there was no hint of anger in his gaze as he looked at the young girl. However, the chilling aura emanating from him was keenly felt by the old man. Startled, the old man hadn't had the chance to pull the girl back behind him yet. A tremendous pressure suddenly burst forth from Han Li's body. The terrifying spiritual pressure contained within forced the girl, who was just a few steps away, to retreat 7 or 8 steps without any resistance. Fortunately, the old man was quick to react. He swiftly darted behind the girl and placed both hands on her shoulders, finally stopping her from retreating further. At this moment, the young girl's face turned as pale as paper. She finally realized firsthand the terrifying cultivation of Han Li and looked at her grandfather in panic. The old man's expression was equally grim. If before, the old man had some confidence that he and his granddaughter could escape from Han Li's hands by joining forces. However, after witnessing the glimpse of Han Li's true power, any lingering hope was completely dispelled. The terror of a Foundation establishment cultivator far exceeded his imagination. They were definitely not something they, as low-level cultivators, could provoke. The old man couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he thought about the little tricks he and his granddaughter had played in front of Han Li earlier. This senior was definitely not like any of the cultivators he had encountered before, who only knew how to diligently cultivate. His intellect and reaction speed far surpassed that of ordinary people. Could it be that this person was actually a monster who had lived for hundreds of years, but only appeared young due to some kind of preservation method? The more the old man thought about it, the more he felt that this was highly possible, and he became increasingly fearful. Sensing that the spiritual pressure emanating from Han Li seemed to be growing stronger, the old man couldn't help but swallow nervously and hastily pleaded, his voice trembling. "Senior, please spare us. My granddaughter is still very young and doesn't know the ways of the world. Please spare her ignorance." After giving the old man a cold glance, Han Li seemed to see that he was speaking from the heart, and the overwhelming pressure from his body suddenly subsided, instantly turning into an invisible presence. The old man cautiously withdrew his hands from the girl's shoulders. By now, the young girl had already calmed down significantly, stealing a glance at Han Li before quickly averting her gaze, appearing afraid to look directly at him. Her demeanor was a far cry from the fearless attitude she had just exhibited. However, the current image of the young girl, with her delicate and weak figure, coupled with her extremely pale face, resembled a frightened little bird, which was incredibly endearing. Han Li's eyes brightened upon seeing her, appreciating for the first time the beauty of vulnerability in a woman. It stirred his soul and gave him a feeling of astonishment, causing him to steal more glances. After carefully examining the girl's face, he realized that although she was young, perhaps only 14 or 15 years old, she was definitely a rare beauty. It was highly likely that she would grow up to be a stunning beauty who would captivate countless hearts in the future. Perhaps Han Li's gaze toward the girl was a bit peculiar, as the old man who witnessed this scene couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in his heart. Could it be that this person who summoned us here has developed a fondness for my granddaughter's beauty? What should I do? This person's cultivation is unfathomable. We simply cannot resist. The old man worriedly speculated. If you two are unwilling to reveal the identity of your family, or if you simply don't have a family and are just wandering cultivators, I won't force you. I summoned you here with the intention of making a deal. Once the deal is done, you two can leave. Han Li finally spoke after a long silence. A deal. The old man was taken aback, vaguely feeling that he had misunderstood something. That's right. I have taken an interest in something you possess and wish to make an exchange with you, Han Li said calmly. Upon hearing this, The old man couldn't help but glance at the young girl by his side, wondering what Han Li was interested in. But upon second thought, it didn't seem likely, because apart from glancing at his granddaughter a few more times earlier, Han Li hadn't looked at her again. Thinking of this, the old man felt relieved. Han Li's demeanor had put him at ease, and he continued respectfully, "I wonder what caught Senior's interest. If it's something I possess, I am willing to offer it to Senior with sincerity. However, I really can't think of anything valuable enough to catch Senior's eye." In the old man's last sentence, a hint of doubt was evident. Han Li, seeing the old man's tactfulness, softened his expression and continued, "What technique were you using in the hall?" It concealed spiritual energy so well that even the Taoist cultivator at the qi condensation stage didn't detect your identity. Han Li didn't directly answer the old man's question, but instead gently inquired. After revealing his formidable side, Han Li naturally had to use a softer approach. Employing both soft and hard tactics was the best strategy. Upon hearing Han Li's question, the old man couldn't help but exchange a suspicious glance with the young girl beside him before hesitantly saying, "Senior, I'm not sure what technique we were using." Hearing this, Han Li didn't get angry. Instead, he continued to gaze steadily at the old man. He knew that the old man would give him a reasonable explanation. Sure enough, the old man cautiously continued, "The technique we used is actually from an incomplete and nameless Taoist scripture. It doesn't mention the name of the technique that conceals spiritual energy. My granddaughter and I have only been practicing it haphazardly." An incomplete Taoist scripture. Where did you obtain it? Don't tell me it's passed down in your family. Han Li listened with interest and said meaningfully, "If this technique had been circulated in the cultivation world, the major sects would have long since fought over it." However, Han Li had never heard of any similar techniques. "Senior, please rest assured. This Taoist scripture was found by my granddaughter while she was playing in a deserted mountain. Besides the technique for concealing spiritual energy, we couldn't comprehend anything else in the book. If Senior is interested, I can retrieve it from our residence and offer it to Senior," the old man said with a smile. Han Li listened to the old man's words with satisfaction and said, "Don't worry, I won't ask for your things for nothing. You two can go back first and wait for me at your residence. Also, think about what you want to exchange with me, so you don't feel like you've been shortchanged." Han Li's voice was extremely calm. However, after saying this, he suddenly raised his hand and stretched out 2 fingers. Instantly, 2 green lights the size of soybeans shot out from Han Li's fingers and disappeared into the bodies of the old man and the young girl. "Senior, what are you?" The old man was. Both shocked and angry. He hadn't expected Han Li to suddenly act against them. Although he didn't know what it was, it definitely wasn't a good thing. The young girl was equally panicked. "Don't worry, these are just 2 tracking marks. With them, I can accurately find you and remove them when the time comes," Han Li said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the old man breathed a sigh of relief, but he couldn't help but feel bitter. This senior was truly inscrutable, leaving no room for them to escape. With these things on them, if they tried to leave, they probably wouldn't get far. However, the old man also knew very well. If the other party didn't have this trick, they would have fled with his granddaughter immediately. After all, making a deal with someone who could easily kill them was too risky, especially since the other party seemed capricious. Even if there were great benefits, he had to consider whether he had the chance to enjoy them. But now, it seemed that this deal was unavoidable. His only hope now was that, after getting the Taoist scripture, the other party wouldn't kill them to silence them. In the short time he had been in contact with Han Li, he still couldn't figure out what kind of person Han Li was. All he knew was that this person not only had unfathomable power, but was also extremely difficult to deal with. Trying to outsmart him was probably futile. Very well. The two of us will wait for Senior's arrival at home. The old man could only pretend as if nothing had happened and respectfully said in the end, "Very good, I will come to collect the item tonight. You two take care," Han Li said, and as he finished speaking, his figure gradually blurred. When the last word care was uttered, he disappeared in front of them, leaving the place empty. Seeing Han Li demonstrate this mysterious technique before leaving, the old man's face turned completely pale. He weakly beckoned to the young girl, then slowly retraced their steps. However, what the old man didn't notice was the expression of extreme envy in his mischievous granddaughter's eyes as she watched Han Li disappear. Even after her grandfather called her, she followed along as if in a daze. As she walked behind her grandfather, she occasionally glanced back at the place where Han Li had disappeared, showing a reluctance to leave. Han Li was familiar with the infatuated expression the young girl showed as she left. Back when he first saw Li Hueyuan control that giant flood dragon, he had the same look of extreme envy. Thinking of this, Han Li found this pretty little girl quite interesting. With a slight smile, he silently disappeared from the tree, reappearing within the high walls of the mansion. At this moment, Han Li not only used the invisibility technique, which could deceive ordinary people, but also simultaneously used the breath concealment technique, a breathing technique that foundation establishment cultivators could perform. This allowed him to swiftly move between the servants and maids in the mansion, as if he were invisible, without anyone noticing any abnormalities. After a moment, Han Li had already infiltrated the mansion's rear courtyard. He quietly hid behind a secluded corridor pillar, coldly observing everything nearby. Soon after, when a somewhat charming maid passed by nearby, Han Li suddenly flicked his finger, and a fist-sized yellow light shot out from his hand, hitting the maid's head directly. The maid staggered and was about to fall to the ground. But before her body actually hit the ground, Han Li had already rushed out and lifted her up, flying back to the pillar at the corner. With extreme skill, Han Li supported the maid's soft body, facing him directly, then sprayed a breath of green spiritual energy onto her tightly closed eyes. Immediately, the maid's eyelids fluttered a few times, then slowly opened. As soon as the maid woke up, she saw a pair of golden eyes staring coldly at her. Startled, she tried to struggle and scream, but the eerie eyes suddenly emitted a bright yellow light, piercing straight into her eyes. Instantly, the maid felt dizzy, and the whole world seemed to turn golden. Then, she tilted her head and lost consciousness. Han Li looked at the maid, who had passed out again, sighed lightly, and wiped the sweat from his face with one hand. Although using the mind control technique was only a momentary matter, it consumed a great deal of mental energy and left him feeling somewhat exhausted. No wonder this technique was considered one of the top 10 useless techniques for the foundation establishment stage. Although this technique could make the target obey the caster like a slave for a period of time after successful casting, its restrictions were too numerous. Very few cultivators actually practiced it. Firstly, this technique could only be used on ordinary people and had no effect on cultivators. Even if there was a huge disparity in cultivation between the two, as long as the target had spiritual energy circulating in their mind, they could easily counteract the spell's bewitching effect. Secondly, the practitioner of this technique not only had to be a foundation establishment cultivator, but also had to have a far superior spiritual sense than an ordinary person. Most foundation establishment cultivators did not qualify to practice this technique. With these two restrictions, there were very few practitioners interested in practicing this technique. But none of this was a problem for Han Li. Originally, he was worried that he had too few foundation establishment stage techniques under his control. After seeing the oral formula for this technique in the Tianjai Pavilion, he curiously memorized it. Unexpectedly, after practicing it a bit in his cave dwelling, it effortlessly became natural. This surprised Han Li greatly. Now, using this technique on the maid, he succeeded in one fell swoop. Han Li cautiously glanced around and then gently waved a finger. Suddenly, a small milky white light emerged from his fingertip and disappeared into the maid's forehead. As the maid woke up again, she immediately sat up, her eyes staring blankly at Han Li without speaking. "Who is your steward? When did you enter the mansion? Where do you usually like to go? And who do you often come into contact with outside the mansion?" Han Li looked at the maid and rapidly asked a series of questions. He chose to use this maid because she was the one sent out by Prince Xin to find the young master at the beginning of the banquet. It showed that she had a relatively high status among the servants, and only with this kind of information could he get more accurate information. "Which steward is master referring to?" The maid replied expressionlessly. "Are there many stewards in the mansion?" Han Li was slightly puzzled. "In the mansion, there is Steward Wang, who manages all the affairs, Steward Li, who is in charge of procurement, and Steward Zhai, who manages the internal affairs." The maid continued in an indifferent tone. "Which steward received the guests at the mansion gate today?" Han Li frowned slightly and asked softly. "That was Steward Wang, the most powerful one." I'm asking about him, Hanli asked urgently. He didn't know how long this spell could control the target's mind, so he naturally had to hurry up and ask important questions. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome when the maid woke up. According to the old man in the mansion, Steward Wang grew up with the prince and has been with him for 50 or 60 years. Besides following the prince into the palace once a month, he never leaves the mansion and never comes into contact with anyone outside the mansion, except for a group of friends of the prince. As for the relationship with the young master, it's a bit strange. According to the young master's former wet nurse, before the young master was 10 years old, he had a very bad temper and had a bad relationship with Steward Wang. There was even one time when he publicly slapped Steward Wang. But after he turned 10, his whole attitude suddenly changed. Not only did he become polite and courteous to others, but he also showed great respect to Steward Wang, even treating him with the respect due to elders. This made the prince very pleased, and he always said that there was a divine person blessing him. The maid said in an extremely flat tone. Hanli listened without changing his expression, but inwardly sneered. Although it seemed that Steward Wang had nothing suspicious about him, Hanli was certain that there must be some hidden relationship between the two based on the young master's abnormal behavior. And whoever could make a foundation establishment cultivator feel dangerous was definitely not an ordinary person. As for their mysterious background, Hanli didn't want to investigate further. As long as they weren't from the demonic path, he didn't care if they were righteous or evil, or what their hidden motives were. It was best to avoid trouble when possible. Through this interrogation just now, Hanli was already 80 to 90% sure that they had no connection with the 6 demonic sects. After all, the abnormal behavior of the young master didn't happen recently. If the demonic path had really set up this trap more than 10 years ago, Hanli would truly have nothing to say. Thinking of this, Hanli spoke again. Where does Master Wu live? Lead the way for me. Yes, Master. The maid obediently got up and left. Hanli continued to conceal his figure and followed behind her. Under the guidance of the maid, Hanli passed through 7 or 8 courtyards in a row and arrived at a relatively quiet courtyard. At this moment, the maid stopped in her tracks. Pop, pop. Hanli suddenly tapped the maid's back with a palm. Emitting white light, then he quickly hid behind a nearby big tree. Huh, isn't this Master's residence? How did I end up here? The maid blinked her eyes vigorously, suddenly exclaiming in surprise, her previously blank expression completely gone. Why is there noise outside? Didn't I tell you not to let anyone disturb my cultivation? A dissatisfied voice came from inside a room in the courtyard. Hearing this, the maid's face turned pale with fright, and she didn't even consider why she was in this place. She just hurriedly ran away. With a creak, the door opened. The white-haired old Taoist, with the appearance of an immortal, walked out of the room. But when he saw that there was no one in the courtyard, a look of confusion appeared on his face. What's going on? I clearly heard voices and thought the prince came to find me again. It made me quickly stop my cultivation, but where did the person go? The old Taoist stood in the courtyard, looked around, and then returned to the room somewhat disappointed. But when he closed the door and turned back to the room, he was stunned, only to see Han Li standing next to the 8 immortals table in the room, smiling at the old Taoist without saying a word, as if he were very interested in her. "Who are you?" The old Taoist's face changed greatly, hurriedly asking. Then, almost reflexively, he raised his hand, and a fiery red fireball appeared on his single palm. "If I were you, I wouldn't act rashly," Han Li said to the old Taoist, ignoring the fireball in his hand, as if he had no hostility at all. "HMPH, sneaking into the house, it's either thievery or adultery. Dare to play tricks, watch me." The old Taoist, perhaps accustomed to flattery from the palace, shouted without thinking. But when he habitually used his divine sense to glance at Han Li, his angry face immediately froze, then turned pale. "Why you are a Foundation establishment senior." The old Taoist stuttered, his eyes showing disbelief. "Haven't you used spells to see?" Han Li's smile faded, speaking calmly. "Elder, please don't blame me. The junior has never seen a senior who has reached Foundation establishment. The highest cultivation I've seen is only a chi refining stage cultivator at the 11th or 12th level. I couldn't judge your cultivation level. All I know is that your cultivation is unfathomable." The old Taoist stammered, explaining hastily with a worried expression. Han Li, seeing that the old Taoist didn't show fear like the old man surnamed Xiao, but rather a hint of excitement, was surprised at first, but then understood the other party's intention after a moment of thought. This white-haired Taoist, at his age, still lingering at the 6th level of chi refining, was likely either a wandering cultivator or had poor aptitude, unable to interact with high-level cultivators. After all, even wandering cultivators only interacted with cultivators of similar cultivation levels. Now, encountering him, a Foundation establishment senior, was undoubtedly a rare encounter for him, and he probably wanted to gain some benefits from Han Li. Realizing this, Han Li couldn't help but smile. If the other party could satisfy him, he didn't mind giving him some benefits. At this moment, Han Li looked at the old Taoist and said slowly, "You guessed right. I am indeed a Foundation establishment cultivator." The white-haired old Taoist's expression became even more respectful, and of course, there was also a hint of excitement in his eyes. "I wonder if the senior suddenly appeared here. Is there anything you want to instruct the junior?" the Taoist asked respectfully. He was quite savvy, knowing that if he wanted to gain some benefits from Han Li, he had to do something. Han Li, hearing this, looked satisfied and said with a light smile, "Let's talk about your background first. Today I saw the fire manipulation technique you performed in the palace, which was quite impressive." Han Li praised him sincerely. The old Taoist was surprised to hear Han Li's words. He hadn't expected this senior to have seen his performance. He hurriedly replied humbly, I dare not. I am ashamed in front of the senior. I can only show off in the manipulation of fire techniques, but my other cultivation methods are a mess. As for my background, there's nothing much to say. When I was young, I accidentally obtained a book called Flame Manipulation Technique from a dying cultivator, which led me into the world of cultivation. Unfortunately, my aptitude was poor, and with no one to guide me, I only managed to reach the 6th level. Is your fire manipulation technique from that book? Han Li became interested and asked casually. No, it's not. When I reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, unable to progress further, I reluctantly came up with this trick. But after decades of refinement, it became my proudest skill. You developed it yourself. Han Li was surprised and looked at the old Taoist again, showing some astonishment. Yes, Senior. I even wrote down my technique in a book called Flames Manipulation Technique. If Senior doesn't mind, please accept it and give me some guidance. The old Taoist, seeing that Han Li seemed interested in his fire manipulation technique, quickly took out a thin book from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Han Li. Han Li was slightly surprised by this gesture. Honestly, he didn't intend to ask for the technique. He didn't think that this fire manipulation skill would be of much use to him now. But seeing the old Taoist offering it willingly, he took it and glanced through it. At first, Han Li was indifferent, but as he read further, he became increasingly shocked. The initial tricks for changing the form of flames were of little significance to him, but the vague concepts of applying the technique and some practical training methods mentioned in the latter part of the book gave Han Li a sudden enlightenment, feeling greatly benefited. After a while, Han Li closed the book gently. Now was not the time to study the technique. He would delve into it in his leisure time. He believed that it would enhance his comprehension and application of spells to a higher level. I'll accept this book. Although you asked for guidance, you actually want to give me the book. As a senior, I won't take your things for free. Here are some Taoist scriptures, various grades of magical instruments, and several types of elixirs useful for qi refining stage cultivators. You can choose one as a reward for this book. Take your time to decide. After taking a deep look at the old Taoist, Han Li said something that excited him. Han Li smiled faintly, said nothing more, closed his eyes lightly, and meditated on the chair. Meanwhile, the old Taoist began packing around the room like an ant on a hot pot, appearing hesitant and reluctant. How about it? Have you made up your mind? After a while, Han Li felt it was almost time, so he opened his eyes calmly and asked, I've made up my mind. I want a type of elixir that can help qi refining stage cultivators break through bottlenecks. After Han Li's inquiry, the old Taoist finally made up his mind and said resolutely. Han Li showed no surprise at this statement. He estimated that the old Taoist would choose elixirs, as magical instruments and Taoist scriptures could be obtained later. So Han Li nodded slightly and swept his sleeve over the table. 2 identical small celadon bottles appeared on the redwood table. These are 2 bottles of yellow dragon pills, which have significant effects on cultivators below the 10th level of qi refining. Take them, Han Li said calmly. Below the 10th level of qi refining. Then he couldn't wait to open one of the bottles, smell it under his nose a few times, and finally showed a satisfied expression. I actually came to you for another matter. After you handle it, I'll. Under the heavy reward, Han Li didn't believe the old Taoist wouldn't be moved. Sure enough, after a moment of surprise, the old Taoist immediately smiled and said, "Senior, whatever it is, just tell me, and I'll do it without hesitation." Although Han Li didn't show any displeasure, he didn't immediately respond to the Taoist's question. Instead, after considering for a moment, he spoke. In a deep voice, actually, it's not a big deal. I just want you to pay more attention to your disciple, the young prince, and the steward in the mansion in the coming months. If there are any unusual occurrences, let me know. Although Han Li casually downplayed the matter, the old Taoist felt a bit dumbfounded. He never expected that this senior would ask him to monitor 2 mortals, one of whom was about to become his disciple. Perplexed, the old Taoist cautiously glanced at Han Li and asked tentatively, "May I know the reason? Are there any problems with these 2?" The old Taoist asked very carefully, fearing that an inadvertent word might offend this powerful figure. Han Li didn't show any displeasure on his face, but he didn't immediately answer the Taoist's question. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a deep voice. "I am actually a cultivator from the Yellow Maple Valley of the 7 sects. As you should know, the demonic path is invading our Yue country. I suspect that these 2 may have some connection to the demonic path, so I need someone to keep an eye on them at all times, just in case." Although Han Li didn't think the steward and the young prince were demonic cultivators, it was better to be cautious. With these 2 individuals, he felt extremely cautious, so he decided to find the old Taoist to monitor their actions. Of course, he couldn't directly tell the old Taoist about his conclusions. He simply pushed the responsibility onto the demonic path, which saved him from having to explain further. After all, these 2 were very dangerous. Han Li could only deduce his conclusions based on his feelings, and he couldn't say it clearly. Related to the demonic path. When the old Taoist heard that Han Li was a cultivator from the Yellow Maple Valley, he didn't show much surprise. This was something he had already vaguely guessed, as there were very few foundation establishment cultivators outside of the 7 sects. However, when he heard that the disciple he was about to accept and the steward might be connected to the demonic path, his face turned green. It was well known in the cultivation world of Yue country that the demonic path was synonymous with bloodshed and cruelty. As a mere qi-refining cultivator, the old Taoist naturally wanted to avoid any involvement. "Senior, are you sure about this? I have indeed checked the young prince's body, and there is truly no trace of spiritual power in him," the old Taoist said, feeling both surprised and incredulous. He had been in contact with the young prince for some time, and couldn't see any resemblance to the rumors of a demonic cultivator. Han Li, upon hearing this, didn't waste words. He simply said calmly, "Whether these two are connected to the demonic path or not, you will find out for yourself in the future. I don't need to explain anything. I don't expect you to take any action against them, just keep a watchful eye. And whatever you do, don't try to test them. If they find out that you know their identity, your life might be in danger." Hanley warned the old Taoist with a final sentence. The doubt in the old Taoist's eyes disappeared immediately after hearing Han Li's words, replaced by a look of fear. After hesitating for a while, he hesitantly said, "But what if these two people discover that I'm monitoring them? What should I do? With my weak cultivation base, I'm afraid I might jeopardize your plans, Senior." Hanley furrowed his brow upon hearing this. It seemed that the old Taoist was starting to have second thoughts and wanted to back out. That wouldn't do. Han Li realized he needed to offer more incentives. With that in mind, Han Li reached into his storage pouch and took out an item, placing it gently on the table. Monitoring these two does carry some risk. Here's an upper-grade magical treasure for your protection. After this matter is over, the treasure will officially belong to you. This is the purple light pearl. When infused with spiritual power, it can immediately create a protective shield around you. I believe it should be enough to deal with most dangers for a chi-refining cultivator, Han Li said calmly, pointing to the purple pearl on the table. An upper-grade magical treasure. The old Taoist spirits lifted upon hearing this. Unfortunately, he was usually penniless and couldn't even afford a middle-grade magical treasure, let alone an upper-grade one. This is the purple light pearl. When infused with spiritual power, it can immediately create a protective shield around you. I believe it should be enough to deal with most dangers for a chi-refining cultivator, Han Li said calmly, without changing his expression. A defensive magical treasure. After hearing the detailed introduction, the old Taoist's eyes lit up with excitement once again. Among all types of magical treasures, defensive ones were the rarest and most precious. If the old Taoist had to accumulate spiritual stones to buy an upper-grade defensive magical treasure, he probably wouldn't have the opportunity in his lifetime. All right, I'll do my best with this matter. The old Taoist finally agreed after some hesitation. It seemed that the saying "birds die for food" and "humans die for wealth" was applicable in the cultivation world as well. Seeing the old Taoist agreeing to take on this extremely risky task, Han Li couldn't help but smile. Although he smiled outwardly, he couldn't help but feel a little sigh in his heart. "I'll temporarily embed this spiritual mark in your body. If anything happens, I can find you immediately and perhaps even save your life. Also, after this matter is over, I'll give you another bottle of yellow dragon pills as a reward," Han Li said, using the same method to embed a spiritual mark in the old Taoist's body, employing a mix of coercion and persuasion. The old Taoist, seeing Han Li's actions, expressed his thanks repeatedly, pretending not to understand Han Li's true intentions. Seeing the old Taoist's cooperation, Han Li smiled and took his leave. Under the old Taoist's respectful send-off, Han Li quietly left the mansion. He didn't immediately return to the Qin residence, instead finding a tea house to sit and contemplate recent events, searching for any mistakes or omissions. Reflecting on past actions and checking for mistakes was a habit Han Li had developed. Only by constantly reducing weaknesses and making up for shortcomings could Han Li navigate the perilous world of cultivation unscathed. Han Li spent the better part of the day in the tea house until the sky gradually darkened. Then, under the curious gaze of the tea house staff, who had witnessed him drinking tea for hours, Han Li left the establishment. Although it wasn't yet time for the appointment he made with the old man surnamed Xiao, Han Li didn't intend to wait until late at night to go. He wasn't one for punctuality. It was better to arrive early to prevent any surprises. After walking for a while, Han Li suddenly furrowed his brow. He sensed the marks of the old man and his grandson, surnamed Xiao, not where they were supposed to be in the East District, but instead in the opposite direction, the West District. This irritated Han Li slightly. With a cold snort, Han Li took out his spirit wind boat and tossed it into the sky, transforming into a white light and speeding towards the direction he sensed. Using spiritual sense to track people was a common method among Foundation establishment cultivators, but most could only sense within a few dozen miles at most. However, Han Li, who had cultivated the Great Expansion technique, could vaguely sense a range of over 100 miles, which was astonishing. This made Han Li even more eager to master the second layer of the Great Expansion technique. After a short while, Han Li stood on the spirit wind boat, calmly looking down at an inconspicuous small courtyard with only 3 slightly dilapidated houses. Standing on the pure white boat, Han Li didn't immediately land. Instead, he silently pondered, seemingly considering something. Finally, Han Li lightly stepped on the boat, which descended like a shooting star. However, when it was still about 5 or 6 zhang above the ground, the magical treasure suddenly stopped, while Han Li gracefully leaped down to the courtyard below. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, the boat, which had shrunk from large to small, flew into his hand. The entire process was clean and swift, without making a sound. Then, like a ghost, Han Li stood in front of the middle house, calmly releasing his spiritual sense to probe the movements inside. Han Li had already sensed that the 2 spiritual auras corresponding to his own were undoubtedly inside this house. Sure enough, as soon as Han Li's spiritual sense entered the house, he clearly heard the voice of a young girl. "Grandpa, will our actions anger him? Will our prepared excuses work? If that person really comes..." The impression Han Li left on her seemed extremely powerful. "Humph, you silly girl. Do you think we can really be found just because someone said they could locate us with a bit of spiritual power? I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. I've seen so many scare tactics and bluffs in my life. I don't really believe what that person said. Even if there is such a tracking technique, a Foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't be able to detect us from such a distance. If we stayed in the East District, we might really be found." The old man snorted and lectured the girl. If that's the case, why don't we leave Uedging overnight and move to the West District? The girl still argued. Do you understand anything? What I said is just speculation. Whether it's true or not is still uncertain. If we guessed right, then we as a family won't have to face the threat from that person, and we can live elsewhere freely. But considering that person is a Foundation establishment cultivator, there might indeed be such a long-distance tracking technique. If we run outside Uedging and get caught, we won't have an excuse. But in the West District, it's different. We can easily come up with an excuse to get by. It seemed that the old man was extremely doting on the girl, explaining in detail. Hee, Grandpa, you're so cunning. But I feel like that person isn't the kind who would do despicable things. Do we really need to hide from him like this? In my opinion, why don't we take advantage of that Taoist book and negotiate with him? Maybe we can gain a lot of benefits. After all, that Taoist book is too profound for us, and it's of no use to us. The girl laughed lightly and said nonchalantly, Humph, the world is dangerous. Have you ever thought about it? Fair trade only exists when both parties are equal in strength and status. If one is strong and the other is weak, where is the fairness? Furthermore, that Taoist book may be useless to us, but in that person's hands it might be invaluable. And after obtaining treasures, immediately killing people to silence them, I've seen it happen more than once in my life. How can I trust that person? After all, our strength is far inferior to his, and he could kill us without much effort. The old man's voice became somewhat melancholic as he spoke, evidently resigned to the reality of his life hanging in the balance. Grandpa, don't be so disheartened. Didn't you say that even though that person looks so young, he might be an old monster who has lived for countless years? The girl tried to comfort him upon seeing this. But at that moment, a cold voice, the one they feared the most, suddenly came from outside. What? Do I really look like an old monster to you? As the old man and his grandson's faces turned pale, the closed door suddenly opened without a sound, and Han Li walked in calmly. Upon entering the room, Han Li didn't bother with pleasantries. He simply sat down on the main seat and looked at the two without speaking.